Tonight we're exploring the dark story of Pokémon Colosseum, Shadow Pokémon, and the region of Orre. This is one of those topics with more beneath the surface, but I'll keep the tone calm so you can relax into the story. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment night 1. Now back to the video. The game opens not with a young trainer leaving home, but with a criminal running from the people he once served. Wes is a former member of Team Snag, an organization built around stealing Pokémon from other trainers. In his hands is the Snag machine, a device designed to do something that the ordinary Pokémon games never allow. It can take a Pokémon away from its rightful trainer, even in the middle of a battle. Wes has turned against Team Snag, but his escape does not bring him into a peaceful world. He arrives in Orre, a region shaped by heat, dust, abandoned roads, and crowded settlements scattered across the desert. There are no wild Pokémon waiting in tall grass. There are no quiet routes filled with creatures living freely in the landscape. Nearly every Pokémon Wes encounters already belongs to someone, and many of them are being used by people who have no intention of letting them go. In the town of Phenac, Wes encounters Rui, a young girl who has been taken by 2 suspicious men. She is frightened, but she possesses something that makes her especially important. Rui can see a dark purple aura surrounding certain Pokémon, even when everyone else sees nothing unusual. To her, these Pokémon are not simply powerful or aggressive. They look as if something inside them has been sealed away. That something is their heart. The dark aura belongs to Shadow Pokémon, creatures whose emotions and instincts have been artificially shut off. Their loyalty, fear, trust, and natural restraint have been buried beneath a command to battle. They do not appear as wild animals defending territory, or as ordinary partners answering a trainer's call. They are damaged Pokémon, turned into weapons, and passed from one criminal to another. This is where Wes's past becomes part of the solution. The same Snag machine that was created for theft becomes the only tool capable of taking Shadow Pokémon away from their captors. When a hostile trainer sends one into battle, Wes can seize it for himself. The act is still forceful and unsettling, because the machine was never meant to rescue anyone. Yet each successful Snag removes a corrupted Pokémon from the system that created it. Behind that system is Cipher, a secretive organization working with Team Snag. Team Snag supplies the theft, while Cipher develops the process that darkens a Pokémon's heart. Then the Shadow Pokémon are distributed throughout Orre, hidden among criminals, tournament competitors, and influential figures. Some are used to intimidate towns. Some are placed in arenas where their unnatural strength can win battles. Others are guarded like valuable equipment. The story's central conflict therefore feels different from the familiar journey toward a Pokémon League. Wes is not filling a team by discovering wild creatures in the world. He is gathering injured survivors from other people's battles. Every new companion arrives with a history of captivity, and every victory raises a quieter question about what has happened to the Pokémon after the battle ends. A Shadow Pokémon may refuse to obey its trainer. It may enter hyper mode, ignoring commands while releasing the anger forced into it. It gains experience, but its development is restricted until the darkness begins to lift. It cannot simply be treated like an ordinary partner, given a nickname, or carried forward as though nothing has happened. It must be restored. Purification is not a single dramatic spell. It is a slow process of rebuilding trust. Wes can battle alongside the Pokémon, walk with it, soothe it with cologne, care for it at the daycare, or call it back when it loses control in hyper mode. Little by little, the sealed heart begins to open. The purple aura fades, its nature is revealed, and the Pokémon becomes able to live as itself again. That process gives the adventure a strangely intimate feeling. Capturing a Pokémon is no longer the end of a struggle. It is only the moment when the real work begins. A creature taken from a cruel trainer can still be angry, It can still be distant. It can still carry the marks of what was done to it. Progress is measured not only by levels and victories, but by signs that the Pokémon is remembering how to trust. Orre makes this story feel even more unusual. Its towns are built around colosseums, criminal enterprises, research facilities, and isolated outposts. The region does not feel like a natural ecosystem waiting to be explored. It feels like a place where nature has been pushed aside, leaving people to control whatever life remains. Even its most famous battle venues, including the elite Orre Colosseum, reflect a culture obsessed with combat and spectacle. In that dry and unforgiving landscape, Wes's journey becomes a quiet form of repair. He cannot erase the fact that he once helped create the problem. He cannot return every stolen Pokémon to the moment before its heart was darkened, but he can use the tools of that old life against the people who built it, and he can remain beside the Pokémon while they recover. Pokémon Colosseum was released for the GameCube in Japan in 2003, followed by North America and Europe in 2004. Yet its most lasting impression is not simply its battles or its unusual setting. It is the image of a former thief carrying a broken machine through the desert, searching for creatures that have been turned into weapons, and slowly learning that rescuing them requires more than winning a fight. The very first image of Pokémon Colosseum is not a grassy field at sunrise. It is not a quiet bedroom where a young trainer packs a bag and waves goodbye to a worried mother. It is a facility, standing alone in the desert, and the man inside it is setting explosives. That man is Wes. The facility belongs to Team Snag, and in a matter of moments, the opening of the game does something no mainline Pokémon title had ever attempted. It turns the player into a saboteur. Wes plants the charges, the timer runs down, and the building erupts behind him as he escapes into the dry Orre night with a device that was never meant to leave that base. The Snag machine is strapped to his arm. It is not a Pokeball. It is not a gift from a kindly professor. It is stolen equipment, built for one purpose, and Wes is now a fugitive, carrying it out of a crime scene he caused himself. There is something striking about how quietly the game handles that moment. No narrator explains what is happening. No text box announces Wes's intentions. The explosion does the talking. Wes runs, the flames rise, and the player is left to piece together the simplest facts. He was a member of this organization. He destroyed their base. He took their most valuable device, and he is not looking back. That is how a Pokémon game begins in 2003. Not with adventure, not with possibility, not with a route stretching toward the horizon. With destruction, with a choice that cannot be undone. To understand why that opening matters, it helps to remember what the mainline games had always taught players. Every Pokémon journey starts the same way. You arrive in a small town. You meet a professor who studies Pokémon. You are offered a choice between 3 starters, each one eager to join you. A Pokédex is placed in your hands, a simple tool that turns discovery into a system of records. And then you step outside, into a world that is waiting for you, full of tall grass and open roads, and creatures that have never known a trainer. The adventure is sanctioned, the journey is encouraged, the role of trainer is offered to you before you have earned it. Pokémon Colosseum discards all of that in its opening scene. Wes does not receive a first Pokémon. He does not choose a starter from a table. He already has Pokémon, and the circumstances of that relationship are immediately different. He carries an Espeon and an Umbreon, the 2 evolved forms of Eevee, by his side. These are not fresh partners meeting their trainer for the first time. They have been with him long enough to evolve, long enough to understand him, long enough that when he turns against the people who employed him, they follow without a moment's hesitation. The game does not explain how they came together. It does not offer a flashback to a younger Wes catching an Eevee in some greener region. It simply shows that he has a history, and that history includes bonds strong enough to survive his betrayal of everything else. That detail changes the emotional texture of the opening. Wes is not a blank slate. He is not a young boy given permission to begin. He is a man who has already lived a life, and the life he lived was built around stealing other people's partners. The Espeon and Umbreon at his side are not proof of his innocence. They are proof that he is capable of loyalty, which makes his story more complicated, not less. He can care about Pokémon and still participate in an organization that hurts them. The game never flattens that contradiction, and it never offers him the usual goal either. The question at the heart of the opening is not how Wes will become champion. There is no champion to defeat in Orre. There is no league circuit, no set of gym badges, no rival waiting to measure his progress. The game withholds that structure entirely. In its place is a more personal question, one that lingers through the early hours and never receives a clean answer. Why did Wes betray the organization that made him? Team Snagem was not a scattered street gang. It was a coordinated operation with technology, resources, and connections. Its members did not wander the desert aimlessly. They had a base, a purpose, and the backing of something larger. Wes had access to their most advanced equipment. He had clearly earned their trust. He had a role, and then he destroyed it. The game does not explain that decision at the outset. It does not reveal everything about his history with the organization, or the moment that pushed him over the edge. The player is simply dropped into the aftermath and asked to move forward through a world that does not understand Wes and does not trust him. That absence of explanation is deliberate. Colosseum is not interested in a hero who arrives with all the answers. It wants a protagonist who is still working out the cost of his own choices. That is what makes the desert feel so appropriate. Orre is not a region that welcomes travelers. It is dry, dusty, and unforgiving. Water is scarce. Towns are scattered and self-contained. The roads between them are long and empty, and the absence of wild Pokémon gives those routes a strange silence. In the mainline games, the environment is crowded with life. Grass rustles with potential encounters. Water conceals swimming creatures. Caves shelter Geodude and the occasional rare fossil. Every step can bring discovery, and the world feels alive because of it. Orre offers none of that. There are no wild Pokémon, which means there is no catching, which means the only way to build a team is to take Pokémon from other trainers. The Snag machine on Wes's arm is not a convenience. It is the only tool that makes the game possible at all. So the player becomes a thief by necessity. Wes steals a Pokémon from a hostile trainer in the desert, and the act is framed as self-defense, as rescue, as the first step in a necessary mission. But it is still theft. It is still the exact motion that Team Snagem used to power its empire. The game does not sanitize the action. It places it in the player's hands and lets the discomfort sit there. Wes is a former criminal fighting the people he used to work with, and the difference between him and them is not the method. The difference is what happens after the theft, in the way he treats the Pokémon once it is his. That moral grey area is where the game lives. Pokémon Colosseum does not offer a clean separation between good and evil. It offers a world where everyone is compromised, where the instruments of cruelty can be turned toward repair, and where the protagonist carries the stain of his past with him at every step. When he fights Team Snagem remnants in the open desert, there is no moral distance between him and his enemies. He is fighting the person he used to be. Every stolen Pokémon he takes with the Snag machine is a reminder that he built his skills in the same trade. The game never lets the player forget that the adventure has been replaced by something else. There is no journey toward a league title. There is no discovery of a rare species in a hidden patch of grass. There is only movement through a hostile landscape, from one controlled settlement to another, with the constant awareness that the Pokémon in Wes's party were someone else's before they were his. Adventure, as the franchise had defined it, is gone. In its place is a crime drama, slow and dusty and full of silent rooms. And it all begins with that heist. Wes's decision to blow up Team Snag'em's base is not a noble act. It is a destructive, desperate escape, and the game does not romanticize it. It shows the flames. It shows the aftermath. It shows a former operative running through the night with stolen property on his arm, and it lets the player sit with all the implications of that image. There is no celebration. There is no relief. There is only the desert, waiting. What comes next is not a story about rising through the ranks of a heroic world. It is a story about entering a region that runs on spectacle, secrecy, and survival. Orre's settlements are not connected by friendly routes. They are connected by need, by money, by the Colosseums where trainers prove themselves through combat, and by the quiet presence of organizations that prefer to work in shadow. The explosion behind Wes closes one door forever. The desert ahead opens onto a world where the people have learned not to ask too many questions, where a man with a stolen machine and a complicated past might pass unnoticed. The heist was only the first move. Everything Wes does from here happens in the wake of that destruction, in a land built to keep its secrets buried under sand. After Wes detonates Team Snag'em's hideout and escapes with the Snag machine, the game doesn't do what you'd expect. It doesn't drop you into a lush green route with tall grass and flowing rivers. It doesn't present you with a professor and a choice of 3 starter Pokémon. It drops you into a desert, and not the kind of desert you might picture from other Pokémon games, where a sandy route still teems with life and hides rare ground-type Pokémon beneath the surface. This is a wasteland. Orre is introduced as a harsh desert region, built around isolated cities, battle venues, and criminal operations. There is no sprawling wilderness connecting these places. There is no friendly wilderness at all. There is just sand, dust, rock, and the growing sense that something has gone very wrong here. The first thing you notice about Orre is what's missing. There are no wild Pokémon in the grass, caves, or deserts, removing the franchise's most familiar source of discovery. You don't walk into a patch of tall grass and trigger a random encounter. You don't fish in the water, because there's barely any water to find. You don't need a repel, because there's nothing to repel. The stretches between settlements aren't routes in the traditional sense. They're empty expanses of desert that function more like corridors connecting the few places where civilization still holds on. And because nothing lives there, the landscape itself changes meaning. It stops feeling like a world designed for adventure and starts feeling like a world that has survived something terrible. That emptiness is the defining texture of Orre. Every mainline Pokémon game you'd played up to that point taught you to read the world through its wild inhabitants. Tall grass meant potential encounters. Caves meant the hum of Zubat wings. Water meant surf and the chance of something lurking beneath. Orre strips all of that away. The environment offers no discovery because there's nothing hidden in the environment to discover. The only real encounters in this region come from other people, and in Orre, other people are rarely friendly. The desert doesn't feel like an invitation. It feels like a scar, a region surviving after something has gone wrong. What makes it even more unsettling is what this means for your relationship with Pokémon. In every mainline game, the journey begins with a fresh starter gifted by a professor, a young creature that takes its first steps alongside you, growing in power and loyalty from the very first battle. That ritual is central to how the franchise has always made you feel connected to your team. Colosseum refuses to give you that comfort. Every partner Pokémon the player obtains has already belonged to someone else, every single one. The Eevee that becomes your first reliable ally belonged to a girl who was kidnapped, a girl you meet fleeing through the desert. The Pokémon you add to your team over the course of the game aren't caught in the wild. They're stolen, mid-battle, from enemy trainers who never see it coming. The Snag machine doesn't just throw a ball at an opponent's Pokémon. It intercepts their Pokeball at the exact moment it's thrown, hijacking the capture and forcing the creature into your hands instead. It's theft, plain and simple, and it's framed as the only way to fight back. This is a fundamental inversion of the Pokémon fantasy. You're not a child setting out on a journey of friendship and discovery. You're a former criminal with a stolen device, roaming a lawless region, taking Pokémon from other trainers because it's the only way to make things right. That moral grayness hangs over everything. The game never lets you forget that your methods are dubious. The enemies you steal from are, for the most part, genuinely bad people. They're members of a criminal organization that has built its entire operation around the capture and corruption of Pokémon. But the fact remains that you're using stolen technology to forcibly acquire Pokémon. The adventure doesn't ask you to be a hero. It asks you to be a different kind of criminal. Orre's geography reflects that moral corruption. The region is dotted with isolated settlements, each one built around a specific function. Phenac City, with its pristine white buildings and spotless streets, masks a deep complicity in the region's crimes. Pyrite Town is a dusty outpost of broken dreams and petty schemes, where the strongest trainers rule from a seedy Colosseum in the center of town. The Under is a subterranean sprawl of scavengers and outcasts, people who've been pushed down so far that they've built a society in the shadow of the one above. And then there's the Orre Colosseum itself, the elite battle venue that gives the game its name, a place where trainers prove themselves through battle, often for motives far less noble than glory. There's no Pokémon League here, no champion to challenge. The end goal isn't a trophy or a title. It's the dismantling of a criminal network that has twisted the very concept of Pokémon ownership into something monstrous. And as you travel between these places, you feel the absence of life with every step. No wild Pokémon means no ambient encounters, no random distractions, no natural way to build a team. You can't grind against wild Rattata. You can't catch a Graveler in a cave. You can't fill out a Pokédex because there's nothing to discover. The team you build is entirely assembled from Pokémon that other people already owned. Some were stolen from their original trainers. Some were corrupted and broken by the organization you're fighting. Some were entrusted to you by people who couldn't protect them anymore. There's a weight to that. Every Pokémon in your party carries a history. They're all survivors of something, just like you are, just like Rui is. Rui is the only character who can sense it. She can see the dark aura around corrupted Pokémon, a visual distortion of their energy that marks them as victims of the process that shut their hearts off. That ability makes her invaluable and makes her a target. She can't fight effectively. She has no real combat experience. What she has is perception. She sees the truth that everyone else in Orre has chosen to ignore or profit from. The corrupted Pokémon aren't just stronger in battle, they're suffering. Their hearts have been closed off, deliberately, by humans who decided that emotional attachment was a weakness to be removed. That's the horror at the center of Orre's criminal operations. It's one thing to steal a Pokémon, it's another thing entirely to break it on purpose, to hollow out its personality and turn a living creature into a weapon that can't feel loyalty or fear or love. And in Orre, that's not a rumor, that's not a myth. It's the business model of the organization that controls the region from the shadows. The open desert doesn't hide what's happening, it just makes the silence around it more damning. The emptiness of the land mirrors the emptiness the criminals want to create. A region with no wild Pokémon, no natural life, no meaningful connections, just isolated strongholds where power is consolidated through theft and cruelty. Orre isn't a place where you become the champion. It's a place where the entire ecosystem of trust that other Pokémon games teach you to rely on has collapsed, and there's no rebuilding it overnight. There's only the slow, difficult work of taking back what was stolen, one broken creature at a time. It's in that work that the true story of this game begins to unfold, as the dark auras Rui can see point not just to individual tragedies, but to a far larger network of corruption that has stretched its roots through every city in the Wasteland. Orre is a region defined by what it lacks. No tall grass rustling with unseen life, no caves echoing with wild cries, no roots where a young trainer can pause and discover something new in the brush. Every Pokémon in this desert was brought here by someone. Every single one has a history, a previous owner, a purpose assigned by a human hand. And that changes the entire shape of the story. Because when there are no wild Pokémon to catch, the only way to build a team is to take from someone else. That is the premise Colosseum was built on. Released for the GameCube by Genius Sonority, Colosseum was designed as a cinematic departure from the mainline formula, where the handheld games of the time were bright, portable adventures built around a structure that had become comfortably familiar. This was something else entirely. It asked the player to sit in front of a television and watch a story unfold with a real sense of consequence. And it wasn't just the shift in hardware. The entire grammar of the game was different. Double battles were the default here, not an occasional variation. Encounters with enemy trainers weren't random, they were fixed, staged, almost choreographed. You knew exactly who you were facing and exactly why they stood in your way. There was no grinding through tall grass in hopes of a rare spawn. Every fight meant something. Every opponent was placed there by design. That might sound like a small distinction, but it has a profound effect on atmosphere. When battles are staged rather than stumbled upon, they feel like confrontations. And when every confrontation is a double battle, there is a constant sense of being outnumbered, facing coordinated opposition that moves together. The graphical presentation, the pacing, the weight of each exchange, everything pointed toward a more polished, more cinematic experience. The game's double battles, fixed story encounters, and console presentation gave the world a heavier, more dramatic atmosphere than anything the franchise had delivered before. But the tone of a Pokémon story is ultimately set by its central conflict. And here, Colosseum made a choice no mainline game had made. The conflict is not about collecting badges from friendly specialists, but dismantling a network that weaponizes Pokémon. There are no gym leaders, waiting in themed buildings to test your progress. There are no kind rivals cheering you on. Instead, there are two organizations intertwined in a scheme of theft and corruption. Team Snag, dedicated to stealing Pokémon outright, and Cipher, devoted to breaking what was stolen. In the mainline games, catching a Pokémon is framed as the beginning of a friendship. Here, catching a Pokémon is framed as stealing it back from the people who had no right to own it in the first place. This changes the role the player plays in the world. Wes doesn't wander into conflict. He walks away from one organization and into the crosshairs of another. He starts the game as a thief. The player's first act is escaping an exploding hideout with stolen equipment in hand. That is not the origin of a chosen one. That is the origin of someone who made bad choices and is now trying to walk them back. The game follows Wes and his companion Rui through the dusty towns and stark battle venues of Orre, chasing the agents of Cipher through a region that offers no comfort. Places like Phenac City and Pyrite Town feel like desperate outposts rather than welcoming hometowns. Rui has a rare gift. She can see the dark aura surrounding Shadow Pokémon. That visual marker is the key to the entire story. It turns a hidden corruption into something visible, something Rui reacts to with genuine alarm every time she spots it, and the player learns to recognize it too. And this is where Colosseum earns its darker reputation. Because its darker reputation comes from how consistently the story treats Pokémon as victims rather than trophies. In the mainline games, the relationship between trainer and Pokémon is presented as a partnership. You catch a creature, you raise it, you battle with it, and the bond between you strengthens over time. It is a fantasy of mutual trust and shared adventure. Colosseum refuses to let that fantasy go unexamined. The story constantly confronts you with Pokémon who have been stolen from their homes or their original trainers. locked-in machines, subjected to procedures that shut off their emotions entirely. They don't fight because they want to. They fight because the part of them that could refuse has been silenced. Shadow Pokémon are products of deliberate cruelty. Their hearts have been artificially darkened, sealed away. The game doesn't describe the process in clinical detail, but it shows you the aftermath. You see Pokémon shrouded in a strange purple aura. You see them slip into a state called hyper mode, in which they become volatile and difficult to control. And you watch Rui's reaction every time a new one appears. The alarm in her voice, the urgency in her warnings. The mechanics reinforce the story in subtle ways. Shadow Pokémon can't be nicknamed. They don't gain experience the way normal Pokémon do. Their natures are hidden. They can't be transferred or traded like ordinary Pokémon. In other words, they aren't truly yours until they've been healed. The game withholds the usual forms of connection until you have earned them. But the game doesn't leave these suffering creatures trapped. Purification is the other half of the equation. Walk with them, battle with them, give them time. Use the right items at the right moments. Little by little, the aura fades. Little by little, the heart opens again. The game's ultimate goal is not simply to defeat a powerful enemy or to catch a legendary creature. It is to restore something that was broken. That is an unusually mature premise for a Pokémon game. It reframes the relationship between humans and Pokémon in a way that is much harder to romanticize. You are not exploring a world full of willing partners. You are cleaning up a mess made by people who saw Pokémon as ammunition, and yet Colosseum never feels preachy about it. The seriousness is carried by the concrete details of its world. The ordinary trainers you encounter are rarely monstrous. They are often cogs in Cipher's machine, or people who bought a Shadow Pokémon without fully understanding what they were purchasing. The region of Orre is full of everyday citizens going about their lives, while the corruption happening around them goes ignored or accepted. That, in a way, is part of what makes the game feel so heavy. The mainline Pokémon games present a world where the system basically works. Trainers challenge gyms, the Elite Four maintains order, and a young person can travel the world in relative safety because everyone operates within an accepted framework. Orre has no such framework. The Colosseums are arenas, not institutions. The law has clearly failed, and the desert stretches on, indifferent to it all. So within its first few hours, Colosseum has already put the player through something unusual. They have helped a former criminal steal Pokémon back from other criminals. They have purified creatures that were forced into obedience. They have walked through a parched region where every living thing carries a price, and the process by which those Pokémon were corrupted. The machines, the procedures, the human decisions behind each shadowed creature. That is where the darker machinery of this story truly lives. That heavier, more dramatic atmosphere lives directly inside the protagonist. Pokémon Colosseum doesn't introduce its hero under a friendly professor's watchful eye, with a choice between 3 cute starters and a bright future ahead. Instead, it drops you into the middle of an explosion, watching former allies scatter through the smoke, a stolen device strapped to your arm, and a burning hideout behind you. Wes begins his journey the moment he betrays the thieves who trained him, and the game never lets that fact fade from view. The opening sequence accomplishes something rare in a Pokémon story. It tells you everything you need to know about Wes's capability, while telling you almost nothing about his reasons. The Snag machine on his arm isn't handled with awkward uncertainty. It isn't something he fumbles with, or discovers, or learns to use through trial and error. Wes operates it with the fluency of someone who has spent years in the field, arming it, targeting, executing, no hesitation. This is the body language of professional. Team Snagan didn't just pick up a random foot soldier and hand him their most valuable piece of equipment. Wes knew the layout of that hideout. He knew exactly when to set the charges, which door to run through, and which machine to grab on the way out. Every movement he makes in those first minutes is rehearsed in a way that only comes from experience. His familiarity with the Snag machine suggests that he was not a reluctant recruit. Some kid swept up into a criminal organization and looking for a way out. He was a highly capable participant, likely one of the best they had. That's what makes his betrayal so much for the people he leaves behind. But here's the boldest choice Colosseum makes. It refuses to explain why Wes was ever there. He doesn't get a conventional origin story. There's no flashback to his recruitment, no kindly mentor who saw promise in him, no tragic childhood event that pushed him into a life of crime. The game doesn't even hint at what his life looked like before the desert. The crimes he committed while working for Team Snagem remain partly in the shadows, not because the story is saving a revelation for later, but because the story simply doesn't believe his past matters as much as what he does from this moment on. His motives for stealing and for leaving are never spelled out. You can guess that he hit a limit somewhere. You can guess that Cipher's methods, the deliberate corruption of living creatures into tools of pure violence, crossed a line for him. But the game leaves those guesses to you, and that ambiguity makes Wes feel more real than almost any other Pokémon protagonist. Because people who have done difficult things rarely explain themselves to strangers. For the first several hours of the game, that's exactly what Wes is to you, a stranger. And because the game withholds his backstory, his redemption has to be demonstrated through action, rather than explained through a heroic backstory. Wes never sits down with Rui and confesses his past. He never delivers a speech about regret or atonement. The transformation happens entirely through what he does. Every Shadow Pokémon he snags away from a Cipher operative is an act of theft that mirrors his old work. He's still using the Snag machine. He's still taking Pokémon from other trainers by force. The difference is the target and the purpose. When Wes worked for Team Snagem, the Pokémon he stole were fed into a system that would shut their hearts off and turn them into weapons. Now he steals those same Pokémon back, removing them from that system one battle at a time. The skill set is identical, the intent is not, and the game trusts you to hold that contradiction in your mind as you play. You feel what Wes feels, the weight of taking something that doesn't belong to you, followed by the strange rightness of giving it back to itself. This is what makes Wes such a striking departure from the usual Pokémon hero. Mainline protagonists are blank slates. They come from small towns, receive a starter from a local professor, and grow into champions through the structure of gym battles and league challenges. The whole framework is designed to be reassuring. Wes fits none of it. He enters the story already fully formed, a young man with a past he doesn't discuss, tools he didn't earn honorably, and a combat skill that was forged, not granted. And Orre itself denies him the usual rites of passage. There are no wild Pokémon rustling in the grass. There are no routes lined with young trainers taking their first steps. Every single Pokémon in Colosseum is stolen. You never experience the comfortable rhythm of catching Pokémon in the wild. Because there is nothing to catch. Everything must be taken. That mechanical reality forces you to sit in Wes's perspective more than any mainline game ever could. You aren't a trainer beginning a journey. You're a thief continuing a way of life. Hoping the direction makes the difference. Rui complicates this in the most important way. She's the first person Wes meets after leaving Team Snagem, and she immediately perceives something he can't. The dark aura that lingers around Shadow Pokémon. Her ability becomes the moral anchor of the journey. Wes knows how to fight. He knows how to steal. He knows how to survive in a region that has no patience for weakness. But Rui is the one who tells him which battles actually matter. She sees the corruption. She names it. And just as importantly, she takes Wes at face value. She doesn't interrogate him about his past. She doesn't demand to know who he was or what he did for Team Snagem. She walks beside him, trusting what she's witnessed, instead of the history she hasn't been told. That trust becomes the quiet foundation of his redemption. If Rui can accept who Wes is now, maybe you can too. He's never given a clean slate, not once. The Snag machine remains strapped to his arm for the entire game. A constant reminder of the organization that built it and the purpose it was designed for. Wes doesn't destroy it in a symbolic rejection of his past. He doesn't cast it aside. He keeps using it. The narrative instead asks a more interesting question. Does a tool become less dangerous when the hands holding it change? The machine that ripped Pokémon away from innocent trainers is the same machine that now pulls Shadow Pokémon out of Cipher's grip. The technique is the same. The operator is not. That single difference, whose hands are on the machine and what they intend to do with it, is the entire moral engine of the game, and the story refuses to answer it for you. There is no moment where Wes transforms into a conventional hero. He stays guarded. He stays efficient. He stays a little dangerous. Even as he works through Cipher's ranks, defeating their operatives and purifying the Pokémon he takes from them, he never becomes warm or talkative. The game doesn't give him a redemption speech, because a redemption speech would be false to who he is. Wes is someone who has learned that words come cheap in Orre. What matters is action, and what Wes does, from the first explosion to the final confrontation, is steal Pokémon away from the most powerful criminals in the region and give them a chance to heal. Whatever he was before, whatever crimes he committed under the Snag banner, the game meets him where he is and shows that his capacity to change matters more than his ability to explain. That is a heavier story than most Pokémon games ever attempt, and it is carried almost entirely by a protagonist who never once talks about himself. And the Pokémon he's saving along the way are the heart of that weight. These aren't ordinary creatures weakened by a temporary darkness. Shadow Pokémon have had their hearts shut off entirely. Their emotions are suppressed so completely that they become living weapons, tools with no will of their own. Wes's skill at taking them is only half the task. The other half begins the moment he actually owns one. Wes knew exactly what the Snag machine was for. He hadn't stumbled across it in the chaos of his escape, and he hadn't grabbed it on a whim. He'd used it before. That's what makes his departure from Team Snag so unsettling. He walked out of that burning hideout carrying the organization's most dangerous tool, and he knew precisely how to fire it. The Snag machine was created to steal Pokémon from other trainers, making it a tool of exploitation rather than rescue. This wasn't a side project or an experimental gadget. Team Snag built it to break the most fundamental rule of the Pokémon world, the quiet contract that says a Pokémon belongs to the trainer who earned its trust. In the mainline games, capture is built around consent. You battle a wild Pokémon, you weaken it, and you extend an offer inside a Pokéball. The Pokémon can refuse. It can break free, slip out of the ball, and keep fighting. Even the legendary creatures, the ones that have existed for centuries and refuse to lose, are ultimately caught because a bond is offered and accepted. The system depends on a kind of agreement. Orre has none of that. There are no wild Pokémon in Orre's sands, no tall grass rustling with possibility. Every Pokémon in the region belongs to someone. So if you need to build an army of corrupted creatures, you can't capture them yourself. You have to take them. And that's exactly what the Snag machine was engineered to do. It doesn't weaken. It doesn't ask. It reaches into another trainer's ownership and pulls their Pokémon out. The machine treats a living creature the way a thief treats a vault lock, as an obstacle to be bypassed. When Wes escapes Team Snag with the machine strapped to his arm, the game immediately places this paradox front and center. His first acts after abandoning the organization involve using the device to snag Pokémon from Team Snag grunts who stand in his way. The grunts never see it coming, and the game doesn't punish him for it. In fact, it rewards him. Because those grunts are working for the same criminal empire that corrupted the Pokémon they hold. The grunts are the bad guys. They deserve to be robbed. But the visual is still the same. A beam of red light. A Pokémon pulled from its trainer's grasp. a losing trainer left staring at an empty ball. The machine doesn't care about moral justification. It doesn't have a setting for righteous rescue. It does one thing, and it does it identically every time. This is the contradiction that powers the entire game. Wes uses the same device against the criminals who created it, turning an instrument of theft into a weapon of liberation. On paper that reads like poetic justice, the thieves get robbed by their own protégé. The tool built to oppress becomes the tool of resistance. But in practice, the game refuses to let you forget that liberation here looks exactly like theft. The animation is the same, whether you're snagging a Shadow Pokémon from a Cipher executive or taking a Pokémon from a messenger who had nothing to do with any of this. No golden light, no gentle glow. The machine does the same thing, the same way, without hesitation. And that's the point. Every capture forces the player to confront the uncomfortable fact that salvation still looks like kidnapping. You tell yourself you're rescuing these Pokémon from Cipher's cruel experiments. You tell yourself that the end goal is purification, that you're restoring them to a state where they can feel again. But the creature you're taking doesn't know that. The Shadow Pokémon in your party shows nothing but fear and rage. It falls into something called hyper mode, where it ignores your commands and lashes out at everyone around it. It doesn't trust you. It can't communicate with you. As far as it knows, it has simply exchanged one prison for another. The game never lets you glide past this. There's no dialogue option to explain yourself to the Pokémon. There's no cutscene where the rescued creature thanks you for your courage. You beat another trainer's Pokémon into the dirt, aim your stolen machine at it, and drag it into your party. Then you do it again and again. The moral friction isn't a one-time jolt at the start of the story. It's the central action of the entire gameplay loop. This is where Colosseum separates itself from the rest of the franchise. The mainline Pokémon games are about growth, friendship, and the joy of discovery. You meet new creatures, you build bonds with them, and together you overcome challenges. Even when the story gets dramatic, even when a legendary Pokémon threatens to destroy the world, the core relationship between trainer and Pokémon remains one of partnership. Colosseum inverts that. Every creature in your party was taken by force from someone who opposed you. Your only justification is that you are the less evil party. You're stealing them from the people who corrupted them, with the stated goal of healing them. But the game never lets Cipher's cruelty fully obscure the truth of what you are doing. Colosseum builds its central moral tension around whether a corrupt system can be dismantled using its own methods. It's not a question the game merely poses in its opening hour. It's embedded in every battle, every snag, every time you watch another trainer's Pokeball fly away empty. There is no non-violent alternative. There is no peaceful path to acquiring Shadow Pokémon. There is no legal process, no rescue organization, no way to persuade Cipher to change its ways. The only way to free these creatures is to replicate, on a smaller scale, the exact crime that was committed against them. And yet, there's a detail in how the game handles purification that complicates things. When you take a Shadow Pokémon into your party, it doesn't heal quickly. The process is slow. You battle with the Pokémon, exposing it to combat in an effort to open its heart. You walk with it through Orre's wastelands. You keep it in your team, you let it fight alongside you, and gradually the purple aura fades. Over time, the Pokémon learns to feel again. It begins responding to commands more reliably. Its hidden nature slowly comes through. The game forces you to put in that work, battle after battle, step after step, before the creature can be fully purified. There is no instant redemption button. The emotional labor of healing a corrupted heart is the entire point of the middle game. That patience says something important. The game is not arguing that theft can be erased by good intentions. It's arguing that the damage caused by that theft, by that corruption, can only be undone through sustained care. Wes can't undo the act of snagging. He can't give the Pokémon back to its original trainer. And honestly, Most of those trainers were the ones who handed them to Cipher in the first place. All he can do is carry the consequences forward. All he can do is choose to spend the time required to earn the trust that the machine bypassed. Every Snag echoes that quiet question. When you take a Pokémon from a Cipher agent, you are doing what Team Snagan did. When you remove a child's beloved partner from a grunt who doesn't even understand the harm they're causing, you are doing what Team Snagan did. The only difference is what happens after, and the game trusts you to notice that difference, to weigh it, to wonder whether it's enough. This is the moral center of Pokémon Colosseum, and it's why the game still feels so distinctive more than 20 years later. It's not just that the story is darker, or that the setting is a desert wasteland. It's that the game puts you in the position of being both the hero and the thief, both the rescuer and the kidnapper. It refuses to resolve that tension for you. The purist might argue that corrupt systems must be torn down from the outside, that using the tools of evil always contaminates the user. But Colosseum doesn't offer a purist solution. It offers Wes, a former criminal with a stolen weapon, doing the only thing that can be done in Orre, taking. And once you've taken something, you're responsible for it. That's the quiet law the game operates under. The Shadow Pokémon in your party won't be saved by your speeches or your noble intentions. They'll be saved by your actions, by the battles you fight alongside them, by the time you spend carrying them through the dust and heat of a region that broke them. Wes doesn't deserve their trust because of what he's doing. He earns it slowly, the same way any trainer earns a Pokémon's loyalty. Through persistence, through presence, through proving over and over again that he won't abandon them. But before any of that can happen, before the healing can begin, the machine has to fire. The purple aura has to fade into the player's party. The creature has to be taken from its captors. There's no other way into this story, and that means the story's foundation will always be the theft that started it all. Not in a distant prologue, but in every single capture, every single battle, every single time the player presses the button and watches another Pokémon disappear in a flash of pulsing red light. The machine never gets easier to use, and that's exactly why the game feels the way it does. That discomfort, the tiny pause before you press the button, the uneasy feeling that clings to your victory. That's the real story of Orre. That's the world Wes moved through. A world where even the people trying to do good have to get their hands dirty. Where even salvation leaves behind the smell of smoke and ozone, and the creatures caught in the middle of it all, the Shadow Pokémon themselves, carry the weight of every one of those contradictions. Their hearts were sealed shut, their emotions repressed, their wills broken, all in service of power. Everything about Orre's conflict, every snag, every battle, every act of theft dressed up as rescue, all of it revolves around what was done to them. And that story, the story of what happens to a Pokémon after someone decides to close its heart forever, is where the next piece of this dark puzzle truly begins. The Snag machine was always a tool of theft. Team Snagan built it to take Pokémon from other trainers, and for a long time, that's all it was. But when Wes walks away from the organization, he takes the device with him, and the question becomes, what is it for now? A tool of theft can be turned toward a different purpose, but you need something to point it at. You need to know what's worth taking, that something arrived in the form of a girl who saw the world differently. Her name is Rui, and when she looks at certain Pokémon, she doesn't just see a creature in front of her, she sees a dark aura surrounding it, a purple haze that radiates from somewhere deep inside. Not a mark, not a bruise, not anything physical that could be washed away or healed over. Something deeper, something that's been done to them. Wes encounters Rui early in his journey through Orre, and in that encounter, the story of Pokémon Colosseum stops being a simple tale of a criminal walking away from his past. It becomes something darker. Rui's ability is specific. She can perceive a dark aura surrounding certain Pokémon. Not all Pokémon, only those that have been corrupted. The game calls them Shadow Pokémon. Their hearts have been shut off, deliberately, and artificially. Whatever made them who they were, their personality, their instincts, their capacity for trust, has been suppressed. What's left is a fighting machine. It doesn't feel, it doesn't hesitate, it doesn't bond. It's a weapon. But here's the thing about that corruption. It's invisible to ordinary trainers. It's hidden inside everyday battles. In Orre, there are no wild Pokémon. The region is a desert, and its battles happen in structured venues, Colosseums, outposts, places where trainers gather to test their Pokémon against one another. And in these ordinary settings, Shadow Pokémon can be deployed alongside normal ones, fighting in standard double battles, looking no different to the untrained eye. You could stand across from a Shadow Pokémon and never know it. You could battle one, lose to one, and have no idea that you'd just faced a creature whose heart had been turned off. Rui sees what everyone else misses. Her vision reveals the corruption hiding in plain sight. For Wes, who carries the Snag machine, her sight changes everything. He spent his life around Pokémon. He was a thief, a criminal, someone who knew the system from the inside, but he can't see the aura. He can't tell a Shadow Pokémon from a normal one just by looking. No one can, except Rui. And when she sees one, her reaction isn't what you'd expect from a trainer. She doesn't marvel at their power. She doesn't think about how useful they'd be in a battle. Rui becomes the moral witness to the story. She reacts to Shadow Pokémon as damaged living creatures rather than enhanced opponents. Other trainers look at a Shadow Pokémon and see raw capability. A Pokémon that never tires, never wavers, never shows weakness. It's the kind of advantage any competitive trainer would want. But Rui doesn't see advantage. She sees damage. She sees a creature that has had something taken from it. She sees what that Pokémon was before the corruption and what it's been reduced to. That perspective is the heart of the game's moral argument. Shadow Pokémon aren't stronger versions of normal Pokémon, they're victims. The power they gain in battle isn't an upgrade, it's the result of something being taken away from them. And Rui understands that instinctively, even though she was never given a team of her own to fight with. She doesn't need to battle, she sees. For Wes, this changes everything. Without her, he would only see targets. The Snag machine is a device for taking Pokémon from other trainers. In the right hands, it's a means of rescue, but in the wrong context, it could just as easily be theft. One criminal stealing from another. Rui's perception reorients his entire mission. With her, each target becomes evidence of a larger crime. Every Shadow Pokémon he snags isn't just a new addition to his team. It's proof that something methodical and brutal is happening across Orre. These Pokémon are being produced, manufactured, distributed, and the scale of it only becomes clear when you start paying attention to what Rui points out. The game never explains her ability. There's no scientific justification, no elaborate lore dump about why she can see what others can't. She simply can. In a world that runs on battles and Colosseum matches, her gift is quiet and unexplained, and that makes her more interesting. She's not a hero with a team of powerful Pokémon. She's an ordinary person who has been given the burden of seeing something terrible, and she chooses to use it to help. It's worth pausing on how this inverts the usual Pokémon structure. The mainline games are about building a team, exploring a region, and proving yourself against a series of gym leaders. The Pokémon you meet along the way are partners. They trust you. Colosseum takes that trust and makes it the core of its conflict. Not because Pokémon are untrustworthy in Orre, but because trust has been stripped away from them. Shadow Pokémon don't trust anyone. They can't. And Rui's gift is the only thing that makes it possible to identify them. What's striking is how the game frames this in ordinary battle. There's no dramatic mask or costume on a Shadow Pokémon. No obvious sign of corruption that a trainer would recognize. They look like ordinary Pokémon. They fight in ordinary battle formats. If you took a Shadow Pokémon into a normal Colosseum match, no one would know. And that's the horror of it. The system of Pokémon battling, the ritual that the entire region revolves around, has been quietly weaponized. Cipher doesn't need to hide its Shadow Pokémon in some secret vault. It hides them in plain sight, in the most familiar activity in the Pokémon world. Rui's reaction to each Shadow Pokémon you encounter reinforces this. She isn't disgusted by them. She isn't afraid of them, exactly. She's saddened for them. She responds to what's been lost, and that attitude seeps into the player's understanding of what Wes is doing. You're not just collecting powerful Pokémon. You're taking back creatures that were stolen and broken, one trainer at a time. This is what elevates Colosseum beyond a simple crimery. Yes, there are villains and heists and betrayals. There always are in Orre. But at the center of the narrative is a girl who can see something wrong, and a former criminal who is the only one equipped to do something about it. Their partnership isn't built on friendship in the traditional sense. It's built on necessity. Rui needs the Snag machine to rescue the Pokémon she sees. Wes needs Rui's eyes to know who to steal from. And out of that necessity comes the moral backbone of the entire story. The aura Rui sees is purple, but its color matters less than what it represents. It's a visible sign of an invisible harm. It marks a Pokémon whose heart has been closed off. When Wes snags one of these Pokémon, the rescue is only the beginning. There's a whole process ahead for restoring what was taken, but that comes later. For now, the important thing is that Wes finally has a reason to use the Snag machine, and Rui is the one who gives it to him. She is the moral witness of the story. Without her, the game would just be about a thief in a desert. With her, it becomes a story about recognizing victims who can't speak for themselves and the fight to give them back their lives. And once Wes understands what's at stake, the target becomes clear. Behind every Shadow Pokémon is an organization creating them. Cipher, a shadowy group working alongside Team Snag, is turning living creatures into products. That's the crime Wes is now opposing. Not theft, not violence. The systematic destruction of a Pokémon's heart. And in Orre, where no wild Pokémon exist, every single one of those creatures was stolen from somewhere. Every Shadow Pokémon has a story before the corruption. Somewhere, someone raised that Pokémon, cared for it, trusted it, and someone else took it away and shut its heart off. Rui's sight doesn't just reveal the corruption in front of her, it hints at all the corruption behind it. The theft, the network, the cold machine that keeps producing more. The next questions are unavoidable. Who built this system? How widespread is it? And can a Pokémon whose heart has been turned off ever truly be restored? Rui saw it first. In the middle of a battle, inside one of Orre's Colosseum venues, she went silent. Her eyes had been scanning the field, the way they always did, searching for something only she could perceive, and then she found it. A purple aura wrapped around one of the opposing Pokémon, like smoke, faint at first but unmistakable. She told Wes that something was wrong with that Pokémon. It wasn't just fighting hard, it was corrupted. For Wes, a former member of Team Snag, the word carried more weight than Rui realized. He had been part of the organization that existed to steal Pokémon. He knew what the Snag machine was for, and he knew what taking a Pokémon did to the people left behind. But the corruption Rui described was something else entirely. This was not theft. This was transformation. Someone had taken a Pokémon and deliberately sealed away its heart, leaving behind only the reflex to fight. And here is what makes that moment so striking. Nobody else in that Colosseum could see it. The trainer on the other side commanded his Pokémon with confidence, either unaware of what he was holding or unwilling to care. The audience saw a match. Rui saw a wound. The revelation transforms the opening adventure from an escape story into an investigation. Because once you know the purple aura exists, you cannot unknow it. Every subsequent battle becomes a question. Is this Pokémon corrupted too? Is the trainer in front of you a victim or a perpetrator? Wes had planned to slip quietly through Orre, relying on his old skills to stay clear of the fallout from leaving Team Snag. But running became much harder when you were suddenly the only two people in the region who could see the truth about what was being done to these creatures. So Wes did not run. He faced the trainer across the field. The hostile trainer likely assumed this was just another challenger with an inflated ego, another body to sweep aside in the Colosseum. He had no idea that the man standing against him was carrying a stolen piece of criminal technology on his belt, and at his side a girl who could see things no one else could. The battle that followed was fierce. Shadow Pokémon are not made weaker by their corruption. They are made more dangerous. They gain experience without the usual signs of growth. Their natures are hidden, their personalities suppressed, their very identities sealed away. They can slip into something called hype mode, lashing out with what little remains of their own will. So when Wes faced that corrupted creature, he was not just fighting a skilled opponent. He was fighting something that had been sharpened by cruelty into a perfect tool. But Wes had something the other trainer did not. He had Rui, and he had the machine on his belt. When the moment came, when the opposing Pokémon had been worn down, Wes reached for the Snag machine. This was the device Team Snag built to steal Pokémon from their trainers. Criminal technology designed for the worst possible purpose. Wes had already stolen it from the organization that created it. Now, in an act of perfect irony, he used it to take a Pokémon away from a corrupt handler, turning an instrument of theft into a weapon of rescue. The ball closed. The corrupted Pokémon was his. It was not a triumph. There was no swell of victory music, no cheering crowd. The trainer across the field was furious, demanding his Pokémon back. But that Pokémon's heart had been sealed long before it entered this Colosseum. It had been broken by someone else, somewhere else, and whoever stood in the arena now was only the latest person to hold the leash. Taking it away from that handler was just the beginning, and that first rescue establishes the game's recurring cycle. Identify, battle, capture, and restore. Identify the purple aura. Battle the trainer who holds the corrupted creature. Capture it with the Snag machine, and restore the heart that was taken away. The restoration, however, remained out of reach. At that point in the journey, Wes had the means to take Shadow Pokémon and the sight to find them, but he did not yet have the method to heal them. The creature he now carried was safe from the people who had broken it, but it was still broken. Its heart was still closed. It would obey commands, fight when asked, move with the hollow efficiency of a soldier, but it was not free, not yet. That is the quiet genius of Colosseum structure, and the reason it feels so different from anything else in the series. In a mainline Pokémon game, catching a Pokémon is a celebration. You encounter something new, you weaken it, you throw a ball, and you walk away a little stronger. The capture is the reward, but in Orre, the capture is never the end. It is the beginning of a long, patient process of healing. Every Shadow Pokémon you snag carries an implicit promise. I am going to fix what was done to you, and the game expects you to keep that promise. So when Wes took that first corrupted Pokémon from its trainer, he was not just completing a mechanic, he was stepping into an obligation. The Snag machine was no longer merely a theft tool. It had become a rescue device. Rui's vision was no longer a mystery. It had become a compass, pointing toward every hidden wound scattered across the region. What lingers after that first snag is not excitement, it is weight. The uncomfortable awareness that this battle was only won. Somewhere out in Orre's endless desert, more trainers are holding more corrupted Pokémon, and every single one of them has a heart that someone deliberately shut off. That raises a question the story never lets you forget. Who is doing this? Who built the process that corrupts these hearts? Who organized the distribution of corrupted Pokémon across the region? The purple aura is not natural, it is manufactured. And wherever it comes from, it is tied to the same criminal world Wes just abandoned. He left Team Snag with a stolen device and a vague plan to disappear. Now he has a reason to stay, a reason to dig deeper. The investigation has begun, and it points outward from that one Colosseums, in that one desert town, towards something much larger. Somewhere in Orre, there is a system built on this corruption, and someone is running it. When Rui sees that first dark aura, the game makes you stop, not just in the story, but in your understanding of what this world is. Until that moment, the deserts of Orre have been a place of crime and survival. After that moment, they become a place where something has been done to the souls of living creatures, and the only way forward is to ask what that is. Shadow Pokémon are described, in the game's own language, as having their hearts artificially closed or darkened. The phrasing is careful. It doesn't say that the heart is removed. It doesn't say that the Pokémon is turned into a machine. It says closed, shut from the outside. The heart is still there, sitting behind a door that someone else has locked. And that distinction is exactly what makes the whole premise feel so unsettling. A closed heart is not a dead heart. It is a heart that has been made unreachable, cut off from the world it used to feel. It's not asleep, it's imprisoned. In the mainline Pokémon games, a trainer and a Pokémon are defined by their bond. Battles are expressions of trust. The Pokémon follows because it wants to, because it has been treated well, because it has grown to know the person standing beside it. The whole franchise has been built on that quiet understanding. Colosseum takes that understanding and breaks it deliberately. The process that creates a shadow Pokémon strips away emotional connection and turns a living partner into an obedient battle instrument. Everything that made the creature a partner, the affection, the loyalty, the joy in being called out of its ball, is systematically removed. What answers the command is no longer a companion acting from love. It's a tool acting from reflex. And the game refuses to let you see exactly how that happens. There's no laboratory sequence, no diagram of the procedure, no villain monologue explaining step by step what Cipher does to a mind. At first, that might feel like a missed chance to build the horror, but the restraint actually strengthens the writing. The game doesn't need to explain every scientific detail because the damage is visible. You see it in the way a shadow Pokémon behaves. They fight with a mechanical ferocity, lashing out with no hesitation. In battle, they can enter something called hyper mode, a state where they stop listening entirely and rage outward with an aggression that seems to come from nowhere. This is not the behavior of a healthy creature. It is the behavior of something wounded and left to fester. And then there is the aura. Rui can see it, a dark purple glow that hangs around these Pokémon like a stain. She doesn't need a machine to detect it. She can't explain it either. She just sees the colour, and the colour tells her what has been done. That aura is the game's visual shorthand for the damage. It turns an invisible condition into something you can recognise. From across the battlefield, purple the colour of a bruise, wrongness made literal, and it matters that Rui is the only one who can see it, because it means that, for everyone else, the horror is hidden in plain sight. Ordinary trainers look at these creatures and see powerful weapons. Rui looks at them and sees victims. And Wes, a man who used to steal Pokémon for a living, has to decide which way he sees them now. The gameplay itself reinforces the tragedy. You don't raise the Pokémon you catch in Orre the way you would in the main games. Shadow Pokémon gain experience, but they don't level up the same way. Their natures are hidden from you, locked away behind the corruption. You can't nickname them. You can't give them the personal identity that every other Pokémon you've ever owned has been given. The game system treats them as incomplete people, held at arm's length until they can be helped. It's not just a collection of restrictions. It's a simulation of dissociation. The Pokémon is present, but it is not fully there. You interact with it, but the interaction feels hollow, and the ultimate goal is to make that hollow thing whole again. But before purification, there is the power, and this is where the premise gives powering up an unsettling meaning. In a normal Pokémon game, strength is earned through growth. A Pokémon levels up because it has been through battles, gained experience, grown more confident in itself and in its trainer. The power comes from a relationship. In Orre, the strength of a shadow Pokémon is manufactured by subtraction. These creatures are often stronger in battle than normal Pokémon of the same species. They hit harder, they fight with relentless intensity. But that strength doesn't come from a well-earned training bond. It is created by removing something human from the Pokémon. The emotions are stripped away, the doubt that makes a creature pause, the fear that makes it hesitate, the compassion that might make it refuse a cruel order. All of that is carved out and replaced with nothing. And in that vacuum, the battle power expands. The trade is terrible. The Pokémon gains raw force but loses itself. It's not powering up, it's hollowing out. Any victory won with a Shadow Pokémon is built on a kind of demolition, because the strength is born from what was taken away. Consider what that says about the people who use them. The criminal organization behind all of this didn't create Shadow Pokémon because they wanted stronger fighters, though that's the excuse they'd give. They created them because an obedient instrument is profitable. A creature that feels nothing doesn't hesitate to steal, doesn't hesitate to hurt, doesn't form a bond with any trainer who might try to take it back. Every emotional connection is stripped away, and what's left is a tool that belongs only to whoever holds the key. That's the real horror of the process. It's not just that a Pokémon has been made stronger, it's that a living partner has been systematically erased, and the absence left behind is treated as an upgrade. The darker the story gets, the more the game forces you to sit with what it means to undo that damage. Because a heart that has been shut can be opened. That's the whole reason Wes is doing any of this. The term the game uses is purification, but it's hard not to notice how much of the work is just ordinary attention. You battle with the Pokémon, you let it walk beside you, you give it time. The game processes this in the background as you play, and one day the aura fades and the heart opens, and the Pokémon's true nature is finally revealed. The hidden nature that was there all along surfaces. The name you couldn't give it becomes available again. It's a quiet system, almost tender, sitting right next to all the violence that produces the thing in the first place. The damage is done with force. The healing is done with patience. And in a game about theft and corruption, that patience is the only real answer the story offers. When a heart is shut, someone has to do the shutting. A Pokémon does not close its own heart. That darkness is not something that grows naturally from within. It has to be induced. It has to be forced. It has to be done by someone with the knowledge, the resources and the will to take a living creature and turn it into something that no longer feels. And in the region of Orre, that someone is not a single mad scientist hidden away in a secret laboratory. It is not one criminal mastermind with a personal vendetta. It is an organization, and that organization has a name. In English, it is called Cipher. In Japanese, the name is even more direct, the Shadow Gang. Cipher is the source of the corruption. When Wes first starts uncovering Shadow Pokémon, when Rui first begins seeing those dark auras, the trail points somewhere. It points past Team Snagem. It points deeper. Because Team Snagem can steal a Pokémon. Anyone with a Snag machine can steal a Pokémon, but stealing a Pokémon does not change its heart. Stealing a Pokémon does not shut off its emotions. The theft is only half of the crime, and the other half belongs to Cipher. This is the true shape of the conspiracy that Wes has stumbled into. It is not a single enemy. It is two organizations working together, each with its own specialty. Cipher is the one responsible for creating Shadow Pokémon. Every corrupted creature, every closed heart, every purple aura that Rui can see, that is Cipher's work. They are the ones with the technology. They are the ones who know how to reach into a Pokémon's mind and close the door. And Team Snagem is the partner that makes it all possible. Cipher works with Team Snagem in a partnership that is almost elegant in its division of labor. Snagem provides the muscle. Snagem provides the theft. The Snag machine was built so that Pokémon could be stolen directly from other trainers, pulled out of their Pokéballs in the middle of a battle with no way for the victim to fight back. Team Snagem understood the physical crime. They understood how to take, but they did not understand how to transform. That is where Cipher comes in. Together, the two organizations function like a machine designed to produce sorrow. Snagem steals, Cipher corrupts. The The stolen Pokémon moves from one set of hands to the other, and what comes out on the other side is a Shadow Pokémon. The creature has been stripped of its emotional core. It no longer recognizes love or loyalty or trust. It only knows how to fight. And once the transformation is complete, that same Pokémon is sent back out into the world to be used by trainers who are part of the network. If Cipher had been foolish enough to keep its work centralized, the conspiracy would have collapsed quickly. One laboratory, one facility, one reason to believe the corruption would be contained. But the organizations did not make that mistake. Instead of keeping every Shadow Pokémon in one laboratory, the organizations distribute them throughout Orre. The corrupted Pokémon are spread thin across the entire region. They are handed to different trainers. They are placed in different towns. They are hidden inside different battles. This distribution strategy creates something that looks almost like a ghost network. You cannot attack it at a single point because there is no single point. The Shadow Pokémon are everywhere, which means they might as well be nowhere. A trainer on the outskirts of a desert town sends out a Shadow Pokémon, and the corruption hides in plain sight. But that trainer is not the source. That trainer is just a node, and behind that node is another node, and behind that one, another. The Empire is scattered. Because the Empire is meant to be scattered, it is designed so that finding one piece never reveals the whole picture. For Wes, this changes the nature of his entire journey. He cannot simply march to the headquarters of evil and fight the final boss. There is no headquarters, not in any traditional sense. Instead, the conspiracy must be uncovered one corrupted trainer at a time. Each new town brings a new Shadow Pokémon. Each new battle brings the possibility of discovery. Rui walks beside him, scanning every trainer, searching for the telltale purple aura that marks a corrupted creature. And when she finds one, Wes has to snag it, take it, steal it back, using the same snag machine that Team Snagem once used for the opposite purpose. Every snagged Pokémon is a small victory. Every purified heart is a step toward dismantling the Empire. But the progress is slow, and the pattern is deliberate. Wes is not raiding the enemy, he is unraveling it, one thread at a time, one trainer at a time, one heart at a time. The phrase invisible empire is almost too fitting for Cipher. The organization is not hidden in the traditional sense. It does not operate out of an underground bunker or a secret island. It operates in the open, in the middle of a desperate, dusty region where wild Pokémon do not exist and where the usual rules of the Pokémon world do not apply. Orre is the perfect host for this kind of conspiracy because there are no wild Pokémon. There is no natural life to witness the corruption. Because the region is a desert, there is no dense foliage to hide in. But there is also no large population, no strong central government, no system of oversight that would notice a Shadow Pokémon standing next to a trainer in a town square. The emptiness that makes Orre feel so lonely is also what makes Cipher's work so safe. The desert keeps secrets simply by being empty. The invisibility also comes from how ordinary everything looks. A trainer challenging you to a battle is the most normal thing in the franchise, the oldest ritual in the series. When that trainer sends out a shadowy creature bathed in purple light, the rest of the world sees a battle. Rui sees a crime. But Rui is one person, and one person cannot be everywhere. So the Empire continues, one theft at a time, one corruption at a time, one battle at a time. Wes understands this better than most, because he used to be on the inside. He knows how the snag machine works, because he operated it. He knows how the network functions, because he was part of it. And he knows that the only way to dismantle the invisible empire is to keep pulling on the threads, no matter how long the process takes. Every Shadow Pokémon he snags is a thread. Every trainer he defeats is a knot undone. Every purification is a small piece of the corruption being pulled out, exposed, healed. But an empire made of shadows still has someone casting the shadows, and the deeper Wes travels into Orre, the closer he comes to the figures who designed this system in the first place. The architects who decided that Pokémon should become tools, that hearts should be closed, that an entire region should serve as the testing ground for a quiet, patient, invisible corruption. Cipher did not build its empire in an empty room. The partnership with Team Snaggin was real, and it was effective, but it only worked because Orre had already spent years becoming the kind of place where that alliance could breathe. The desert was not just a backdrop for the story, it was the reason the story was possible at all. Consider what Orre actually is: a region of harsh, arid land, scattered settlements, connected by long stretches of nothing. No tall grass, no winding routes filled with wildlife, no wilderness waiting to be explored. In the mainline Pokemon games, a new trainer walks out the front door of their hometown and catches their first partner in the grass a few steps away. The world is built to provide. Orre offers no such comfort. There are no wild Pokemon here. If you want a partner in Orre, you have to get one from someone else. That single fact changes everything about how the region works. Because if Pokemon cannot be found, they must be brought in. They must be traded, sold, transferred. And any time the supply of something precious is controlled by a small number of people, the movement of that thing becomes a business. In Orre, that business was already thriving long before Cipher appeared. Smugglers moved Pokemon between the settlements, the same way merchants moved water and supplies. The desert routes were dangerous and unregulated. The people who knew those routes held real power, because they were the ones who decided what reached the towns and what never arrived at all. This is the network Cipher stepped into. Orre's settlements are connected by smugglers, underground arenas, corrupt officials, and organizations operating beyond the law. The region did not have a single highway of honest trade. It had a web of quiet routes, hidden meeting points, and unspoken agreements. When Cipher needed to move Shadow Pokémon from one part of the region to another, they did not need to invent a new system. They simply rented the one that was already there. So think about what that means for the creatures themselves. A Shadow Pokémon is created in a place with the right equipment, the right people, the right conditions, but Orre is not a single city. Its settlements are spread out across the desert. The corrupted Pokémon have to travel. They are packed into transports. They are exchanged in out-of-the-way locations. They are handed from one set of handlers to another, and at every step of the journey, they look like ordinary Pokémon being transported by ordinary people. There is no label on the crate that says what has been done to them. No mark on their bodies reveals the closed-off heart inside. The only way to know is to look at them the way Rui does, to see the dark aura that clings to them like a stain. And Rui is the only person in Orre who can. The tragedy is that she is also surrounded by people who have no idea what they are looking at. Trainers who appear ordinary may be carrying Shadow Pokémon without revealing where they came from. You see them on the streets of the settlements. You see them waiting in the Colosseum lobbies. You see them in every public battle. They look like other trainers. They smile like other trainers. They cheer for their partners like other trainers. The difference is invisible to almost everyone, and that invisibility is exactly what makes the criminal economy of Orre so difficult to untangle. You cannot tell who is part of the network just by looking. You cannot identify the smuggler, the buyer, the recruiter. They all look like everyone else. Public life in Orre is built around battle. The Colosseums draw crowds. Tournaments are serious business. Trainers build reputations on their performance in the arena. In any other region, that would simply be the culture of the Pokemon world, expressed in a slightly harsher key. But in Orre, the culture has a shadow built into it. Public battles become a cover for trafficking, experimentation, and recruitment. When two trainers face each other in a crowded arena, the audience sees sport, but a Cipher agent watching the same match sees a test. How does that Shadow Pokémon respond under pressure? Does it obey cleanly, or does it slip into hyper mode? How long does the trainer take to bring it back under control? The answers are displayed in real time, in front of hundreds of people, and no one realizes they have just watched a product demonstration disguised as competition. Experimentation feeds into this as well. A shadow Pokémon operates in an unnatural state. Its heart has been shut, so it cannot feel. But that suppression does not come without cost. Over time, the pressure builds. The Pokémon enters what the game calls hyper mode, and its emotions burst out in uncontrolled ways. Understanding how each individual Pokémon handles that process is valuable to Cipher. And again, the public arena offers the perfect environment for observing it. Out on the streets, a shadow Pokémon that breaks down might draw attention. Inside an arena, it just looks like an intense battle. Trainers push their partners harder. The crowd roars. The experiment proceeds without a single question being asked. And then there is recruitment. All settlements are not easy places to live. The desert is unforgiving. Money is tight. Strength is respected. When a young trainer sees someone winning match after match, with a Pokémon that never hesitates, never wavers, never seems to feel fear, that trainer might start asking how they could get that kind of power. That question is the opening Cipher needs. A quiet conversation, an invitation, a way into the organization. The Colosseums of Orre are not just arenas, they are hunting grounds. And the people being hunted often have no idea they are standing in the open. The same is true at every level of the region's authority. Orre's officials are part of the problem. The people who hold titles, who enforce the rules, who are supposed to protect the settlements. Many of them have already been bought, threatened, or turned. It is not that the system fails to notice the criminal economy. It is that the system has become part of it. When a corrupt official looks the other way at a shipment, when a local authority accepts a payment to ignore an arena that operates without oversight, when a law enforcement officer denies that shadow Pokémon exist at all, the network grows stronger, and the people who should be able to call for help have no one to call. This is why the story of Pokémon Colosseum builds a particular kind of dread. The region's social order is already damaged before West begins attacking Cipher, making the conspiracy feel systemic rather than isolated. Wes is not the hero arriving to save a peaceful land from a sudden villain. He is a former member of Team Snag, walking into a place that was already broken. Every step of his investigation pulls on a thread that is connected to another thread. Every shadow Pokémon he finds was moved through a smuggler's network. Every battle he wins was watched by people who saw it as something other than sport. Every official who pretends nothing is wrong is part of the reason something is very wrong. Cipher did not create Orre's criminal economy. Cipher inherited it. The organization brought the shadow Pokémon technology, and it brought the ambition, but the ground was already prepared. The desert had already made movement difficult, which made the smugglers indispensable. The settlements had already been isolated, which made them vulnerable. The officials had already been corrupted, which made the law meaningless. The battles had already become entertainment, which made the exploitation invisible. Orre was a region waiting for someone like Cipher to take advantage of it, and Cipher did, without ever having to change the way the region worked. That is also what makes the Colosseums themselves so significant. They are the places where all of this comes together. They are where the public gathers to watch battles, where the trainers compete for glory, where the crowd cheers and celebrates. And they are where the shadow Pokémon are tested, where deals are made in the shadows of the corridors, where the next recruit is spotted in the middle of the arena. The Colosseum is the face of the criminal economy. It is the stage on which the corruption plays out in plain sight. So when Wes steps into those venues, armed with the Snag machine and Rui's vision, he is not just entering a contest. He is walking into the heart of the machine that has been running Orre for years, and the only way out is to dismantle it from the inside. Anywhere else in Orre, the connection between ordinary life and the criminal economy was easy to spot. Smugglers worked the desert routes. Underground arenas hosted fights that left no official record. Corrupt officials took their cut and looked the other way. The whole region ran on an unspoken agreement that the law was a suggestion, and the people with the strongest Pokémon wrote the real rules. Even the trainers you met on the road, the ones who looked like travelers or merchants, might be carrying a shadow Pokemon in their party. And unless you knew how to look for the purple aura around a corrupted heart, you would never know what you were walking beside. In Orre, everyone was connected to that shadow economy, whether they knew it or not. And then there was Phenac City. From the outside, it looked like a contradiction, set in the middle of a desert, where the sand pressed in from every direction and the wind carried grit into every corner. Phenac rose up with clean streets, bright architecture, and the closest thing Orre has to a peaceful refuge. Water ran in its fountains, which, in a region where survival was measured in supply lines and every drop was accounted for, was a kind of quiet luxury. The buildings were pale and polished, arranged around open plazas that caught the sun instead of hiding from it. There were gardens. There were benches where people sat and talked. Without checking the horizon for trouble, people walked without looking over their shoulders. Children played in the public spaces, and their laughter echoed off walls that had never been marred by the battles that defined so much of the outside world. There was a civic order here, a deliberate, almost defiant commitment to normalcy that seemed to have no place in a region built on theft and hidden corruption. It was a promise, and it was a lie. Wes arrived in Phenac the way he arrived everywhere, a stranger with a dark past and a Snag machine on his arm. He carried the weight of Team Snagim behind him, the organisation he had abandoned, and the faint suspicion that his old life might catch up to him at any moment. But Phenac did not ask questions. It accepted visitors with a kind of practiced hospitality that was rare in a region where everyone was from somewhere else. And nobody stayed long. The journey there had been its own trial. A long march through open desert where the only company was the wind and the occasional sound of something moving just out of sight. A traveller who made it to Phenac's walls had already survived something, and once inside, that survival felt worth it. He came to compete, as far as anyone could tell. Phenac had its own stadium, a grand arena where trainers from across Orre gathered to test their strength in front of a crowd. It was the kind of institution that gave a city legitimacy, a public stage where skill was measured openly and the winners walked away with more than prize money. The battles there had a following, spectators who came for the spectacle and for the money that moved with it. The matches were not just entertainment, they were commerce, an extension of the same economy that connected every settlement in Orre, just a cleaner face on the same old transaction, and it was exactly the kind of stage Cipher needed. The infiltration had been underway for a long time before anyone noticed. That was the thing about a polished community. It had gates, and it had guards, and it had rules about who could enter and who could not. But no gate could screen for a dark heart. No guard could identify the signature of a shadow Pokemon just by looking at it. Cipher's agents moved through Phenac as visitors, as competitors, as ordinary members of the audience. They took rooms in the inn, they ate in the cafes, they smiled at the children in the plaza. And those children went home to parents who never knew that a man with a stolen Pokemon in his pocket had just ruffled their hair, and nobody could tell the difference because they were designed to be indistinguishable. His arrival exposed how easily a polished community can be infiltrated. Wes walked into Phenac as a former member of Team Snagim, a thief by trade, a man who had spent his life on the wrong side of the law, and nobody stopped him. Nobody questioned him. The same openness that made the city feel safe also made it defenseless. A community that welcomed strangers, that trusted in its own civility, had no way to tell the difference between a traveller looking for a fresh start and an operative looking for an easy target. The city's beauty was not a defence, it was an invitation. But Wes was not the threat. He was just the one who could see what was coming. Rui had been travelling with him, following the pull of her strange ability, the gift that let her see the dark aura around corrupted Pokemon. In Phenac, that gift became something more than a curiosity. She could stand in a crowded plaza, surrounded by the sounds of a city going about its day, and feel the wrongness underneath. She could walk past a pleasant face and know that the pokeball at that person's belt held a creature whose heart had been deliberately shut off. The people of Phenac saw trainers. She saw weapons, and that made her dangerous in a way she probably did not fully understand. Cipher had no intention of letting someone with that ability move freely through their operation, and then the apparent safety was undermined when criminal forces moved openly through the city and targeted Rui. It happened with shocking speed. After the battles in the stadium, after a brief window where Phenac seemed to offer a path forward, the city's peace collapsed. Cipher operatives stepped out of the crowd and stopped pretending. The man in charge, one of Cipher's admins, carried himself with the kind of confidence that came from knowing no one in the city could stop him. The local authorities were overwhelmed in moments. The mayor, the man responsible for the city's safety, was pushed aside like a piece of furniture, his authority evaporating in the face of real power. And Rui, the girl who could see what no one else could see, was taken. The city that had seemed so safe became a hostage. The beautiful streets, the bright architecture, the peaceful refuge, all of it turned out to be a facade that could be peeled away in a single afternoon. The residents who had trusted in their city's order found themselves trapped between an occupying force and the desert outside. The fountains still ran, the gardens still bloomed, but the laughter was gone, replaced by the low murmur of people trying not to be noticed. And the man who had arrived as a wandering stranger found himself facing a choice. He could walk away. He could leave Phenac and its problems behind, slip back into the desert, and resume a life defined by no attachments. But that would mean leaving Rui to Cipher. And whatever Wes had been, whatever he had done with Team Snag, he was not the kind of man who could walk away from that. Phenac City became the first proof that Cipher's influence reached beyond secret bases and desert hideouts. Up until that moment, Cipher's operations had seemed remote, hidden away in the inhospitable corners of Orre, in abandoned facilities and shadowy outposts that no honest person would willingly enter. The organization was a rumor, a darkness at the edge of the map, but Phenac was not remote. Phenac was a destination, a place where people came to live and trade and raise their families, and Cipher had walked right into it and taken it over in broad daylight. There was no secret base required. There was no hidden fortress. There was only an organization that understood the most important thing about any city. Safety was an illusion, maintained by good lighting and kind neighbors. And the moment someone with enough power decided to stop respecting that illusion, it would vanish. That was the lesson of Phenac. The same clean streets that made it look like a refuge were the streets that made it a target. The same trust that let travelers rest easy was the trust that let Cipher's operatives move freely. Wes had come looking for answers, and he found a city that had answered the darkest question in Orre. The question was not where Cipher was hiding. The question was where Cipher was already standing. And if a city like Phenac could fall, then no settlement in Orre could be assumed safe. The smugglers, the underground arenas, the corrupt officials, they were not the exception to the region's order. They were the order. And the one city that seemed to exist outside of it had just proven that it was the most vulnerable of them all. In the aftermath, with Rui taken and the city under Cipher's control, the desert no longer felt empty. It felt watched. The road ahead was no longer just a path between towns. It was a route into the heart of an empire that had already learned how to wear a friendly face, and that had just shown Wes exactly what it was willing to do when that face was no longer useful. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious. Where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. Phenac City had presented itself as the safe option. Clean streets, bright architecture, and the closest thing Orre had to a peaceful refuge. But that safety had already cracked the moment Rui saw the purple aura around a Pokémon that should have been ordinary, and it shattered completely when the criminals inside Phenac moved openly, no longer hiding their presence, no longer pretending the city belonged to its citizens. They came for Rui. They came for the witness who could see what Shadow Pokémon really were, and in doing so, they made a fundamental mistake. They turned a flight into a pursuit. Wes had spent his time in Team Snag, learning how to take Pokémon. He knew the machinery, the technique, the cold efficiency of a Snag, but Rui changed what that knowledge meant. She gave him a reason to use it in the opposite direction. Instead of stealing Pokémon for profit, he would steal them back from the people who had broken them. Instead of serving an organization that treated living creatures as inventory, he would dismantle that organization one battle at a time. The first step was simple in theory and dangerous in practice. Find the trainers in Phenac who were carrying Shadow Pokémon and take those Pokémon away from them. The trainers Wes encountered were not Team Snag and grunts in matching uniforms. That was the first indication that something larger was in motion. These were ordinary people, or at least people who wanted to appear ordinary. They stood in the streets of Phenac like any other trainer. They wore civilian clothes. They issued standard battle challenges. But when their Pokémon entered the fight, Rui could see the truth. That purple aura, churning and dark, unmistakable to her eyes. These trainers were not part of a single, tight-knit crew. They were scattered. They were independent. And they all had access to Shadow Pokémon. That detail mattered more than any single victory. If the corruption had been limited to one tight group, Wes could have followed the trail to a single leader and ended things there. But the spread of Shadow Pokémon across seemingly unrelated trainers meant Cipher's network was not a simple chain of command. It was an infection. It had been distributed, handed out, maybe even sold, to people who had no obvious connection to one another. The battles in Phenac were not the final confrontation. They were the outer edge of something much deeper, and every battle carried the same weight. When Wes won, when he used the Snag machine to pull a Shadow Pokémon out of its trainer's hands, the moment of victory was never clean. The Pokémon did not immediately become safe. It did not calm down, did not recognize Wes as a friend, did not shed the darkness that had been forced upon it. The heart that had been shut remained shut. The purple aura still hung around it like a storm cloud. All Wes had done was transfer responsibility. He had taken a creature out of the hands of someone who had no right to it, and in doing so, he had made himself accountable for everything that came next. That was the quiet burden of the Snag machine. Stealing a Pokémon had always been a violation. Wes knew that better than almost anyone, because he had spent his career on the other side of it. But there was a difference between stealing a Pokémon for profit and snagging a Shadow Pokémon to save it. The difference was the responsibility. That a stolen Pokémon might be sold, traded, hidden away, forgotten. A snagged Shadow Pokémon demanded attention. It demanded patience. It demanded the slow, difficult work of opening a heart that had been forced shut. Rui understood this instinctively. She could see the aura, but she could also see what the aura meant. Every Shadow Pokémon they encountered was not just a battle trophy or a step towards solving the mystery. It was a victim. It was a Pokémon that had been stolen from somewhere, corrupted by someone, and then passed along to trainers who treated it as nothing more than a weapon. The trainers who used Shadow Pokémon in Phenac did not care about the creature's suffering. They cared about winning. They cared about power, and when Wes took those Pokémon away, those trainers felt the loss of a tool, while Wes and Rui carried the weight of a life that had been damaged. The investigation was expanding in real time. When Wes and Rui entered Phenac, mission had been about escape, get away from Team Snag, protect the girl who could see what others could not, stay alive long enough to figure out what was happening in Orre. But by the time the battles inside the city had begun to unfold, that narrow mission had dissolved. Rui was no longer the only person at risk. Every Shadow Pokémon in Orre was a victim, and every trainer carrying one was part of the problem. Protecting Rui meant finding the source. Finding the source meant pursuing Cipher, and pursuing Cipher meant accepting that the rescue effort would not end with a single city or a single chain of trainers. The reality that kept surfacing was that each successful Snag created a new responsibility. It was not a metaphor. It was the practical truth of their situation. Wes could not simply collect Shadow Pokémon and move on. He had to care for them. He had to battle with them. Let them express their suppressed instincts in controlled doses. Give them the tension needed to break through the walls that had been built around their hearts. Purification was not automatic. It was work. And that work had to happen alongside the constant pressure of new battles, new enemies, new revelations. The trainers in Phenac were obstacles, but they were also evidence. Each one demonstrated how far the corruption had spread. Each one showed that Cipher's operation was not a small underground project, but a coordinated distribution network that reached into the everyday life of Orre. The desert region had always been a place where order was fragile and law was negotiable, but this was different. This was not petty crime or desert survival. This was an organized effort to turn Pokémon into weapons. And it had already taken root in the most populated settlements. Wes and Rui moved through Phenac with a new clarity. They were not running anymore. They were hunting. Every trainer who sent out a Shadow Pokémon confirmed what they already suspected. Cipher was not a rumor. Cipher was not a distant threat. Cipher was here, in this city, in these battles, in the hands of people who had no idea what they were really holding. Some of those trainers might have been true believers. Some might have been paid mercenaries. Some might have been ordinary people who were offered a powerful Pokémon and never asked where it came from. In each case, the Shadow Pokémon itself bore the cost. And in each case, Wes was the one who had to take responsibility. It was a difficult position to hold. Every Snag was a small victory, but every Snag also added another damaged life to their care. There was no moment of uncomplicated triumph. There was only the quiet satisfaction of knowing that one fewer Shadow Pokémon remained in the hands of abusers, followed immediately by the recognition that many more were still out there. The chain of rescues had to be long. Because the chain of corruption was longer, the path forward was becoming clear. Phenac's false safety had been stripped away, and what remained was the truth of Orre. The corruption was systemic. It was woven into the criminal economy, distributed through the settlements, and protected by the simple fact that Shadow Pokémon were effective in battle. People who would never dream of harming a Pokémon in their own care were willing to use a Shadow Pokémon without asking what had been done to create it. That willingness was exactly what Cipher depended on. Every trainer who accepted a Shadow Pokémon without question became part of the machine, and every one of them had to be confronted if the machine was going to be stopped. Wes had the Snag machine. Rui had the sight. Together, they had the means to identify and rescue the victims of Cipher's program. But the scale of the task was growing with every battle. What had begun as a personal escape had become a campaign. The responsibility was no longer just to protect a single witness. It was to protect every Pokémon whose heart had been shut off, every creature that had been stolen and corrupted for the sake of power. The first chain of rescues had begun in Phenac, and there was no telling how many links it would take before the darkness was broken. The only way forward was to keep fighting, keep snagging, and keep carrying the weight of every Pokémon they saved. Each rescued heart was a reminder of what Cipher had taken, but also a reminder of what could be restored. And as Wes and Rui prepared to leave Phenac behind, they knew the next battle was already waiting somewhere beyond the city gates. In the desert, in the dust, in the hands of a trainer who had no idea what he was really holding. The trail that began in Phenac City had to lead somewhere. When Wes and Rui followed it out into the desert, the road delivered them to a place that didn't bother pretending. Phenac City had presented itself as a refuge, a clean and orderly settlement with bright architecture and a sense of civic pride. The truth underneath that surface was rotten, but the surface at least existed. Pyrite Town doesn't have a surface like that. It's honest in a way that's almost worse. Pyrite Town presents Orre's criminal underworld without the disguise of respectable society. Where Phenac wrapped its corruption in municipal order, Pyrite wears its criminality like a coat of dust. It's a mining town carved out of the desert, built by people who came looking for something to extract and stayed when there was nothing left to take. The buildings are rough, the streets are worn, and at the center of it all stands a Colosseum. That Colosseum tells you everything about how this place works. Battles are held there, openly, regularly, with crowds filling the stands. The fighters are trainers who've signed up for the spectacle. And the matches are brutal. There are no polite regulations, no leagues with badges and certificates. There's a winner, there's a loser, and the crowd gets what they came to see. In the mainline Pokémon games, battling is a structured activity. You do it to grow, to test yourself, to earn recognition. There are rules, there are officials, there's a system that gives battles meaning. In Pyrite Town, the Colosseum strips all of that away and reduces battling to pure spectacle. Orre's criminal underworld doesn't need to hide here. The Colosseum, rough streets and corrupt power structure, and battling into entertainment and intimidation. The distinction matters. Entertainment and intimidation. On the face of it, these are just fights. People pitting their Pokémon against each other for the amusement of a crowd. But the intimidation is the point. When you lose in Pyrite's Colosseum, you lose in front of the entire town. The crowd sees it. Your reputation takes the hit, and the people running the arena have made sure every match takes place on their terms. This is what makes Pyrite Town so different from Phenac. In Phenac, the corrupt system hid behind a veneer of respectability. In Pyrite, there is no shadow to hide in, because the corruption is already out in the open. The town's power structure doesn't pretend to serve justice or protect its citizens. It serves the people who control the Colosseum. It profits off the violence, and everyone knows it. That is exactly what Cipher needs. The town demonstrates how Cipher can exploit places where violence is already normalized. Operating a Shadow Pokémon network requires trainers who won't ask questions. It requires venues where battles can happen without oversight. It requires a population that has stopped being shocked by cruelty. Pyrite Town provides all of that. The Colosseum is a perfect channel for moving Shadow Pokémon. Place where they can be tested and fought without anyone raising an objection. The people of Pyrite have already accepted that battling is entertainment. They've accepted that the strong crush the weak. So when a trainer sends out a Pokémon with a dark aura and a dead expression, that's just another match. That's just Pyrite. There's a deeper layer here. This is a community where the normal structures of civil society have broken down. There's no functioning government, no reliable law enforcement, no sense that the people in charge have anyone's interests in mind except their own. The town exists to serve the Colosseum. The Colosseum exists to generate money and spectacle, and the people who run it are the same people mixed up in the Shadow Pokémon trade. Wes has to walk into the middle of this and untangle what's happening. The challenge is different from the one in Phenac. In Phenac, the enemy was hidden. You had to uncover the conspiracy beneath the respectable surface. In Pyrite, the enemy is right there, which creates its own problem. Wes is forced to navigate a community in which uncovering the truth may be more dangerous than fighting it. Because what does the truth even mean in a place like Pyrite? The criminal element is public. It's celebrated. The figure at the center of Pyrite's Colosseum scene operates out in the open, flaunting his position with theatrical flair that matches the town's taste for spectacle. Everyone knows who runs things. Everyone knows the battles serve the people in charge. So uncovering the truth isn't a matter of exposure. The truth is already visible. The danger is in opposing it. When Wes steps into the Colosseum, he does so on Pyrite's terms. He has to fight. He has to win. and every victory draws more attention from the people who control the town. The crowd might cheer for him, but those cheers aren't protection. The more he proves himself in the arena, the more he threatens the arrangement that keeps Pyrite running. The town is a closed system, and he's an outsider trying to break it open. There's a specific kind of tension in this. Pyrite Town doesn't attack Wes the way Phenac did. It absorbs him. It invites him into its games. The Colosseum is presented as an opportunity, a chance to battle, to win money, to prove yourself. The people around him assume he's there for the same reasons they are. The violence isn't dressed up as justice or order. It's just there, all the time, in the arena, in the streets, in the way the town treats anyone who doesn't belong. The Shadow Pokémon in Pyrite Town are part of that system. They're fought openly in the Colosseum, deployed by trainers who belong to the network. Rui can see the dark aura. Wes can snag them with the snag machine. But each rescue is a small counter move in a town where everyone is watching. There's no anonymity in Pyrite. The Colosseum's regulars know each other. The officials know who they run the arena for. And when someone starts beating trainers and taking their Pokémon, word spreads quickly. This is where the difference between fighting and understanding becomes crucial. In Phenac, Wes had to fight through layers of deception. The fight itself was a defense. He was exposing something hidden. In Pyrite, the truth is on display. The corruption of the power structure, the public celebration of violence, the open use of Shadow Pokémon. The fight isn't about exposure anymore. It's about survival. It's about tearing down a system that everyone can see and nobody will challenge. The town itself reflects this. Phenac was bright, planned, orderly, with a single source of corruption hiding behind a municipal facade. Pyrite is a place where the facade never existed. The mining industry left behind a town with no purpose other than what the people in charge give it. The Colosseum fills that void. It provides an identity, a rhythm. The town is built on dust and faded industry, and the Colosseum gives it a violent, loud, exploitative life. There's something honest about Pyrite Town in a grotesque way. It doesn't pretend that battling is always about friendship and growth. It acknowledges that people will pay to watch Pokémon hurt each other, that trainers will risk everything for money and fame. That power is held by whoever controls the arena. The game doesn't ask you to moralize about it. It just drops you into the town and lets you feel the weight of it. The crowd's energy, the dust in the air, the knowledge that every match you win is another step toward an enemy who's waiting for you in the middle of it all. When Wes finally emerges from the Colosseum with the Shadow Pokémon he's rescued and the information he's gathered, the town itself has changed him, at least a little. He's had to fight in an arena where the crowd wanted blood. He's had to play the game of a place whose entire culture is built around sanctioned violence. He's seen how easily a community becomes a machine for cruelty when there's no pretense of decency left to hold it back. And the system he's resisting extends far beyond Pyrite. If a town this openly corrupt can be integrated into the Shadow Pokémon network, the scale of Cipher's reach is far larger than anything he's seen. The answers to that question are still waiting in the roads that stretch across the desert, in the hidden operations, where the next chain of Shadow Pokémon is already being assembled. Pyrite Town's Colosseum sits at the center of the settlement like a beating heart, and the whole town moves to its rhythm. The crowds that gather there are not tourists looking for a pleasant afternoon. They are gamblers, former criminals, off-duty smugglers, and people who have simply learned that in Orre, the only honest entertainment is violence you can watch from a safe distance. The announcer's voice echoes across the sand and the cheap metal bleachers, and every time a Pokémon falls, the noise of the crowd is almost physical. And yet, for all its roughness, the Pyrite Colosseum operates on rules. There are rankings. There are challengers. There are winners. That structure matters because it gives the violence a shape, and it gives the people watching a story to believe in. The Colosseum promises progress through competition. Climb the ranks, prove yourself, and you will move forward. In a region as broken as Orre, that promise is rare enough that people are willing to accept it at face value. But the promise is also, at its core, the thing that makes the whole system dangerous. For Cipher, the Colosseum is not just an entertainment venue, it is a testing ground. Consider what these battles provide a simple crime operation cannot. They provide a controlled environment where Shadow Pokémon can be measured against ordinary Pokémon in real combat conditions. They provide an audience that observes the results without asking questions, because everyone is too busy watching the match to notice the purple aura around a Pokémon's body, or the way certain trainers seem to have no emotional connection to the creatures they command, and they provide a perfect cover. When a Shadow Pokémon performs with brutal efficiency, the crowd sees a powerful weapon. They cheer for it, they bet on it, they aspire to own one themselves. Nobody sees a creature whose heart has been forcibly shut off, suppressing every natural instinct and every trace of feeling until all that remains is the capacity to fight. That is the trick of the Colosseum system. Shadow Pokémon can be displayed as superior weapons, while their suffering is hidden behind spectacle. The arena is a showcase designed to test them, refine them, and normalize them in the public eye. A Shadow Pokémon that wins is a Shadow Pokémon that proves Cipher's methods work. The cheers of the crowd drown out the silence where a Pokémon's personality used to be. This is the world Wes walks into. He is not a competitor in the traditional sense. He carries the Snag machine, a device built by Team Snagem with the explicit purpose of taking other people's Pokémon. He travels with Rui, whose ability to perceive the aura of Shadow Pokémon makes her both the most valuable ally he has and the most obvious target for the people who created those shadows. And he has already disrupted Cipher's operations in Phenac City, which means he arrives in Pyrite with a target on his back, even if most of the locals do not know it yet. The Colosseum in Pyrite offers Wes something he badly needs in a region where wild Pokémon do not exist, and information does not travel freely. It offers access. Victory in the arena earns respect, and respect earns conversation. Trainers who would never talk to a stranger will talk to a champion. Staff members who keep their mouths shut around outsiders will gossip about the next big match. Every battle Wes wins opens another door, brings him one step closer to the next Shadow Pokémon, the next lead, the next hint of Cipher's deeper plans. But the same victories also raise the stakes of his investigation. The more Wes wins, the more attention he draws. Cipher is not blind. They are watching the tournaments, reading the results, tracking the trainers who rise unexpectedly through the ranks. A stranger with no established reputation, winning match after match with a team that keeps changing, is exactly the kind of anomaly that would attract notice. And in Orre, being noticed by Cipher is not a bureaucratic inconvenience, it is a threat. The higher Wes climbs in the arena, the harder the fall Cipher will arrange for him if they identify him as the one who has been snagging their Shadow Pokémon. The structure of this journey mirrors the traditional Pokémon game in a way that makes the corruption feel deliberate. In the mainline games, you collect badges from gym leaders, each one proof of a specific skill, each one a key that opens the door to the next town, the next challenge, the next tier of competition. The badge system is built to suggest an ascension toward mastery. In Orre, the Colosseums replace gyms, but they do not grant badges. They grant something more ambiguous. They grant reputation, prize money, and the grudging acknowledgement of a region that does not trust anyone who has not proven they can fight. On the surface, that is an empowering structure. The winner advances, the strong are rewarded. But the game twists the traditional Pokémon badge journey into a descent. Through increasingly compromised arenas, the further Wes advances, the clearer it becomes that each Colosseum is not a monument to fair competition. The Pyrite Colosseum reinforces the brutal economics of a town built on crime and gambling. The Colosseums that lie ahead are not going to be cleaner or more honourable than this one. They are going to be more embedded in the systems of power that keeps Cipher operational. The battle for the badge becomes a battle to survive inside somebody else's experiment. And the stages where those battles happen are designed not to test the trainer's virtue, but to test the weapon's usefulness. What makes this even more insidious is that the corruption is not always visible from the stands. A battle in a Colosseum looks like a battle anywhere else in the Pokémon world. Moves are exchanged. Trainers shout commands. Pokémon respond with speed and power. The difference is in what is missing. A Shadow Pokémon does not hesitate. It does not express joy when a command is executed correctly, and it does not flinch when the order is to continue attacking a weakened opponent. Fighters in the arena are not partners in the traditional sense. They are tools performing a function, and the Colosseum is the place where that function is refined, evaluated and put on display for the people who might eventually buy into the same system. Rui's presence changes the geometry of the arena. She is one of the few people in Orre who can see the dark aura that surrounds a Shadow Pokémon. And that ability means she can identify the corruption that the crowd overlooks. When a trainer sends out a Pokémon wreathed in that aura, Rui sees it. When Wes snags a Shadow Pokémon in the middle of a battle, the audience hardly realizes what has happened. They see a strange move from a trainer they do not care about. They see the match end, and they see Wes walk away with a new addition to his team. The spectacle continues, the crowd's attention moves on, and another corrupted creature is removed from the confines of Cipher's control. It is a rescue that looks like theft because, from the outside, those two things are nearly indistinguishable. That ambiguity is central to what makes this story darker than the standard Pokémon narrative. Wes is not a hero in the traditional sense. He is a former member of Team Snag, a man who once stole Pokémon for a criminal organization, and he has repurposed the tools of that organization for a different goal. The Colosseum does not make him respectable. It gives him a stage, but it also gives Cipher a stage. It is a public place where a private war can be fought under the guise of sport, and neither side can afford to reveal the true stakes. Every victory Wes earns in the Colosseum is real, but it is also provisional. He gets the information he needs, the next location, the name of the next administrator, the next piece of the puzzle that will lead him closer to the heart of Cipher. But the information always comes with the knowledge that the arena is not a safe place. It is a controlled environment, and control is Cipher's specialty. The crowds may be watching Wes and thinking he is a promising new competitor. Cipher is watching Wes and wondering how much of a threat he is. The difference between being a promising competitor and being a target is a matter of judgment. And, in Orre, judgment is practiced by people who have spent years ruining the lives of Pokémon and trainers without ever being held accountable. The Colosseum's promise of progress through competition is not a lie exactly. Progress is real. Wes does advance. He does learn. He does move closer to the truth of what Cipher has built across Orre. But the progress comes at a cost that is carefully hidden, not just from the audience, but from the entire philosophy of the game. Competition in Orre is never pure. It is always entangled with the exploitation of the Pokémon, who have no choice but to fight. And that is the trap, not the Colosseum walls, not the rules of the tournament. The trap is the belief that winning is the same as resolving the problem. Every battle Wes fights in the arena proves a shadow can be overcome, but the arena also proves, in the cheers of the crowd and the weight of the prize money, that the people of Orre will happily watch the suffering of others as long as it is framed as sport. Wes can win the tournament, take the information, rescue the Shadow Pokémon on the list. He cannot expect that act, on its own, to free the region from the deeper structure underneath. The arenas are not where the corruption began, and they are not where it will end. They are just the places where the corruption is made visible, polished and sold to a public that has been conditioned to accept it. So when Wes steps away from the Colosseum, taller in reputation and heavier with stolen Pokémon, he has to decide what the victory is for. The arena has given him a path forward, But the crowd that clapped for him will never know the true cost of the match. The next stage of the investigation lies beyond the reach of the tournament structure. The quieter places where Cipher's decisions are made without an audience. The match is over, but in Orre, the absence of spectators does not mean the absence of violence. It just means nobody is watching when it happens. From the outside, the Colosseum in Pyrite Town looked like nothing more than a stage, a place where trainers tested their strength, where crowds gathered to cheer, where the noise of battle drowned out every quieter truth. But beneath that spectacle, something far colder was at work. Shadow Pokémon were being paraded through those battles like trophies, and the people watching had no idea that the creatures fighting entertainment were suffering. The Colosseum was a trap disguised as opportunity, and Wes walked right into it. What he found there, though, was not just another layer of Cipher's plan. He found something far less predictable. He found Miror B. Miror B enters the story of Pokémon Colosseum like a burst of static in a room full of silence, where Cipher's agents are carefully controlled, serious and almost corporate in their dedication to secrecy. Miror B is the exact opposite. He is loud, he is theatrical, he moves with the energy of someone who believes every room he enters is his personal stage. His appearance is unforgettable, an enormous afro that defies all logic, a confident strut, and a wardrobe that refuses to blend into any crowd. When he battles, he dances. When he speaks, he carries himself like a showman. He is, without question, one of the most memorable criminals Orre has ever produced. And that flamboyance is precisely why he stands out so sharply against the rest of the Underworld. Cipher operates with controlled secrecy. Their agents move through Orre like shadows, wearing plain clothes, speaking in measured tones, and keeping their true intentions hidden behind layers of false legitimacy. They want order, they want control, they want the machinery of their Shadow Pokémon operation to run smoothly and invisibly. Miror B could not be more different. He wants recognition, he wants to be seen, and he makes sure that everyone who crosses his path remembers him. But it would be a mistake to write him off as mere comic relief. His theatrical personality provides some levity, yes, and in a story as heavy as this one, that light feels welcome. But his willingness to traffic Pokémon keeps him tied to the story's darker economy. Miror B is not a harmless clown wandering through the desert. He is a criminal who deals in stolen creatures, who has no qualms about using Shadow Pokémon for his own gain, and who will happily take advantage of the corruption spreading across Orre if it serves him. He may dance, he may laugh, he may seem ridiculous, but he is still part of the machine that turns Pokémon into weapons. The spectacle is a mask, and underneath it, he is just as willing to profit from suffering as anyone else in Orre. What makes Miror B so fascinating is not simply that he is a joke with a dark side. It is that he keeps coming back. In a game built around a journey across a barren, dangerous region, Wes encounters Miror B again and again. Every time Wes thinks he has dealt with the problem, Miror B reappears, strutting into the next scene with the same confidence, the same ridiculous energy, the same determination to get what he wants. And each of those repeated appearances tells us something important about the world of Orre. Not every threat in this region is loyal to the same organization. This is a crucial detail because it changes how we understand the conflict. At first it seems simple. Cipher is the enemy. Team Snagem is the enemy. The people who create Shadow Pokémon are the enemy. But Miror B complicates that picture. He is a criminal who operates on his own terms. He does not answer to Cipher. He does not answer to Team Snagem. He answers only to himself. He will cross paths with the larger organizations when it suits him, and he will abandon them just as quickly when it does not. He is not a collaborator in the way that other criminals might be. He is not a loyal soldier. He is an opportunist, and he is just as willing to be an enemy to everyone else as he is to be a temporary ally. That unpredictability is what makes him dangerous, and it is also what makes him so effective as a narrative force. because Miror B, his presence complicates the conflict in a way that feels true to how criminal underworlds actually work. In a place like Orre, where law enforcement is weak and the desert stretches endlessly in every direction, power is scattered. It does not all flow from one source. There are many different players, many different agendas, and many different loyalties. Some criminals are collaborators, working together toward a shared goal. Some are opportunists, shifting their allegiances whenever the situation changes. And some are enemies of everyone else, standing apart from the larger conflict entirely, pursuing their own desires with no regard for anyone else's plans. Miror B is a little bit of each. He collaborates when it benefits him. He takes advantage of opportunities when they arise, and he has no problem becoming an enemy of anyone, including Cipher, if getting what he wants requires it. He is a wild card in a region already full of uncertainty, and every time he appears, the story becomes less predictable because of it. In a way, Miror B represents the chaos that Cipher is trying to eliminate. Cipher wants order. They want total control over Orre's criminal economy, over the flow of Shadow Pokémon, over the very nature of the region itself. They operate with secrecy, because secrecy is a form of control. You cannot fight what you cannot see, but Miror B is the opposite of that. He is loud, he is visible, he is absolutely unmissable, and he refuses to conform to anyone's idea of how a criminal should behave. He is chaos in human form, and the more he appears, the more the underworld Orre begins to feel like a messy, unpredictable ecosystem, rather than a single, unified conspiracy. That messiness is the truth of Orre. Beneath the surface of the story, there is a whole economy of crime at work, and it is not neat, it is not organized. It is full of people like Miror B, people who are motivated by greed and ego, and the simple desire to survive in a harsh world. Some of them serve Cipher willingly. Some of them work with Cipher because they have no better options. And some of them, like Miror B, simply do whatever they want, whenever they want, and let the larger organizations fight over the scraps they leave behind. Miror B is not the most powerful criminal in Orre. He is not the mastermind behind the Shadow Pokémon program. He is not the final obstacle Wes will face, but he is one of the most memorable parts of the entire journey, because he reminds us that the world of Orre is not a simple story of good versus evil. It is a complicated, messy, dangerous place, full of people who are all pursuing their own interests, often at the expense of everyone else. He makes us laugh, and then he reminds us that laughter does not make someone innocent. He is a trafficker. He is a thief. He is a man who has built his entire identity around being unignorable, and he is deeply complicit in the suffering of the very creatures he parades around with such confidence. And yet, even his chaos is not the whole story. Ok is full of figures like him, criminals who operate in the spaces between organizations, who answer to no one, who are driven by their own desires. Miror B is simply the most memorable of them. He is the face of the chaos, the loudest voice in a region full of whispers. But behind that chaos, behind the dancing and the theatrics and the ridiculous hair, the forces that actually control the Shadow Pokémon program are still there, waiting. They are quieter, they are more patient, and they are watching everyone, including people like Miror B, with the cold certainty of those who believe they have already won. The Pyrite Colosseum falls quiet. Miror B is gone, swept off the stage by his own theatrics, and the dust from his final entrance is still settling on the arena floor. But the silence that follows his defeat is not peace. It is the sound of a town holding its breath. In that silence, Wes and Rui stand alone under the lights, and every window above the arena has eyes in it. Pyrite is not a town that trusts easily. It is a place of dust and heat, of buildings hammered together from scraps and abandoned to the desert wind. The people here have learned to keep their heads down. They have learned that questions lead to trouble. That trouble attracts visitors, and that visitors wearing dark uniforms with quiet voices are not the kind who go away when asked nicely. This is what an occupation looks like, in a town that no one important is watching. Not a flag over City Hall, not soldiers in the streets, just pressure, constant, patient, quiet pressure applied to the places where people are weakest. The conflict in Pyrite reveals how criminal groups can control an entire town through fear and political pressure. It is not done through open warfare. It is done through 1,000 small surrenders. The baker who sees the same men walk past his shop every evening and decides not to mention it. The mechanic who recognizes the mark on a stolen Pokémon and keeps his mouth shut. The child who asks too many questions and is answered with silence so firm that they never ask again. Each one of these moments is a brick, and the bricks stack into walls. This is what makes Pyrite different from Phenac City. Phenac wore a clean face. Its streets were bright, its architecture was proud, and its corruption was hidden beneath a layer of polish that took time to see through. Pyrite does not bother with polish. The crime here is public. The dangerous parts of town are not hidden. They are shown to anyone who walks in, like a challenge. But the strange thing is that the result is the same. In Phenac, the people were silent because they believed in their own safety. In Pyrite, the people are silent because they do not believe in anything at all. And at the center of that silence sits a Colosseum. It would be hard to overstate how important the Colosseum is to a town like Pyrite. In Orre, there are no wild Pokémon to catch. There are no tall grass fields, no routes with wandering creatures, no quiet forests where a young trainer can start a journey with a starter and a dream. In Orre, battle is not something you find on the road. Battle is something you seek out, in places built specifically for it. The Colosseum is not a side attraction in Pyrite. It is the reason the town exists. It is where reputations are made, where debts are settled, where the strong prove themselves, and the weak learn their place. It is the beating heart of the town, and whoever controls the heart controls everything else. That is precisely why Cipher wanted it. Local leaders and citizens are pushed into silence, while the Colosseum becomes part of the town's power structure. The arena itself still functions. Battles are still fought, prizes are still paid, crowds still gather, but underneath the spectacle, the Colosseum has become a stage for something darker. It is where Shadow Pokémon are tested, where stolen creatures are paraded in front of crowds who cannot see the purple aura and do not know what they are applauding. The spectacle disguises the suffering, and the people who run the town make sure that no one looks too closely. The mayor of Pyrite is a man named Cade, and on paper, he is exactly what a frontier town like this deserves. He keeps the streets as orderly as possible. He greets visitors with a politician's smile. He speaks of Pyrite with a warmth that the town itself never seems to show. But the warmth is a mask. Cade has made his peace with the people who operate in the shadows, and his peace has a price. He looks away when he should look closer. He redirects questions that should be answered. He is not being forced into silence. He has chosen it. And his choice licenses the choices of everyone beneath him. If the mayor does not see anything, why should the baker see anything? Why should the mechanic? Why should anyone? This is how the occupation holds. Not through chains, through permission. The structure of fear is upheld by every person who decides that it is easier to look down, to look away, to let the noise of the Colosseum drown out the quiet screams in the back rooms. And standing in the middle of all of it is a man named Duking. Duking runs the Colosseum. He is large, with a voice that can quiet a room and a handshake that commands respect without asking for it. He is the kind of man Pyrite produces, rough, direct, and entirely uninterested in pretense. But Duking is more than a fighter. He is the person who gives Wes and Rui a place to stay when the town would rather have seen them leave. He is the person who tells them where it is safe to walk and where it is not. When the threats come, and they always come, he stands between them, not because he owes them anything, but because he understands the stakes better than almost anyone in Orre. Duking wears a past the way other men wear scars. There was a time when he wore the uniform of Cipher. He tells Wes this openly, without shame, because he has earned the right to say it. He was inside the organization. He saw what they did to Pokémon and to the people who got in their way, and what he saw was enough to make him leave. Not with a grand escape, not with a dramatic betrayal. He simply walked away, carrying a disgust he has not put down since. That history gives Duking something that no one else in Pyrite has. Gives him perspective. Where other trainers see a powerful Shadow Pokémon and feel awe, Duking feels only anger. Where the crowd sees a spectacle, he sees the machinery of cruelty running exactly the way it was designed to run. He does not talk about it much. That is not his way. But when he looks at a Shadow Pokémon in the arena, his eyes say what his mouth does not. He is looking at the crime he used to serve. The Colosseum is supposed to be a place where the strong prove themselves. But in Pyrite, it has become a place where the strong prove that they can own the weak. The battles that Wes fights there are not just tests of skill, they are demonstrations. Every victory changes the mood in the crowd. Every loss would have changed it in the other direction. The spectators are watching more than the fight. They are learning who it is safe to support. They are learning which side of the power structure they are allowed to stand on. And in a town held together by fear, that lesson carries more weight than any law. Wes and Rui did not come to Pyrite to start a revolution. They came to find Shadow Pokémon, to snag them, to purify them. They came to chase a trail that began in Phenac and led to this dust-choked town at the edge of the desert. But the deeper they push into Pyrite's structure, the harder it becomes to separate a rescue mission from something much larger. Every Shadow Pokémon they take out of the hands of its captor is a blow to the town's balance of power. Every trainer who falls to them is a crack in the illusion that the strong cannot be resisted. Wes and Rui's investigation turns into an effort to break a local occupation. It is not a war. It is something slower and quieter. It is the work of proving that fear does not have to be permanent. And Duking is at the center of that proof, not because he is the strongest fighter in Pyrite, though he might be. He is the proof, because he is living evidence that a person can leave Cipher and survive. He is evidence that the organization's hold can be rejected, that its corruption does not have to spread forever, that a man can spend years in the dark and still choose to stand in the light. When he stands beside Wes, he is not just providing muscle, he is providing an example. He is telling the silent people of Pyrite, in the only language they respect, that there is another way to live. The story of Pyrite links the Shadow Pokémon crisis to broader questions of corruption, coercion, and community resistance. Because the Shadow Pokémon are not the sickness itself, they are the symptom. They are the visible evidence of a system that has allowed cruelty to thrive. Because it was profitable, because it was convenient, because it was easier than standing up. Every Shadow Pokémon that Wes snags is a living creature that was stolen from someone, broken on purpose, and repurposed as a tool of control. And every tool of control exists because a community allowed it to exist. Through fear, through silence, through the quiet calculation that someone else would handle it. Rui sees the purple aura around those Pokémon. She sees what the crowd cannot see. And in Pyrite, she begins to understand that her ability is not just a quirk or a curse. It is a responsibility. Seeing the truth is the first step toward breaking the silence that keeps the occupation in place. But it is only the first step. The truth still has to be spoken. And in a town like Pyrite, speaking the truth is the most dangerous thing a person can do. The liberation of Pyrite is not a single moment. It is dozens of small moments strung together like beads on a wire. A battle won in the Colosseum. A Shadow Pokémon drawn out of the dark and into the light. A trainer who sees the power of resistance and decides to imitate it. A mayor who realizes that his carefully managed silence no longer protects him. Each small victory loosens the grip of fear. Each one tells a different story than the one the town has been convinced to believe. And each one makes it a little easier for the people to remember that they do not have to accept the pressure as part of the landscape. When the dust settles in the Colosseum, Duking is still there. He watches Wes and Rui prepare to continue their journey, and he knows what waits beyond the town limits. Cipher's hold on Pyrite was one strand in a web that stretches across the whole of Orre. Breaking that strand does not tear the web, it only makes the rest of it visible. But perhaps that is the point. The work of resistance is not finished in a single fight. It is carried forward by the people who choose to keep fighting. One town at a time, one shadow Pokémon at a time, one silence broken at a time. And as Wes and Rui step out of the Colosseum and into the desert night, Duking remains in the shadow of the arena, a man who once served the darkness, now standing guard at the edge of the light. By the time Wes and Rui untangled the knot of fear that held Pyrite in place, they had learned something important. The Colosseum was not just a building, it was the town's nervous system. It sent signals of power, punishment, and reward through every street. And the people of Pyrite understood exactly what happened to those who ignored the messages. But the Colosseum had a counterpart, one that wasn't visible from the roads, wasn't marked on any map, and wasn't mentioned in polite company. Long before Wes ever entered that arena above ground, the real heart of Pyrite's criminal life was beating somewhere below. Beneath Pyrite lies the Under, a secretive settlement that makes Orre's social divide physically visible. Where the town above had the dignity of daylight, the Under had nothing but dim lamps and narrow passageways. Where the desert offered endless horizons, the Under offered walls that pressed in from every side. It was a place built in the margins of a town that was already marginal. A pocket of survival carved out underneath the structures that pretended not to see it, and the way down wasn't advertised. You had to be told about it, or you had to stumble across it, or you had to be desperate enough to go looking. The hidden city contains both victims of the criminal economy and people who profit from it. The Under isn't a refuge of the innocent, though it certainly shelters people who never chose the lives they ended up with. It's a mixing ground. Some of the people down there are running from Cipher's reach. Some of them are being crushed by it, and some of them are the ones doing the crushing. Or at the very least, collecting a fee for the machinery that does. Victims and profiteers share the same corridors, breathe the same stale air, and trade in the same currency of survival. The boundary between being used by the system and using the system is almost invisible down there. A person can cross it without ever noticing, and many do. Its confined spaces contrast with the open desert, suggesting that Orre's lack of freedom exists underground as well as above the surface. Out on the sand, you can stand and see for miles in every direction. The sky is enormous. The silence is vast. It feels like the region has no walls, no fences, no limits. But that openness is a trick. Orre's surface has always been controlled by whoever holds the power, and no natural barrier will remind you of that fact. Down in the Under, the deception isn't possible. The ceiling is low. The corridors are tight. The air moves only because someone built a vent to push it. There is no pretending that you are free, because every step reminds you that you are underground, inside somebody else's structure, moving through spaces that were designed to contain people rather than welcome them. It is Orre's truth made structural. The same lack of freedom the desert hides with its horizon is here made plain in brick and pipe and concrete, and that makes it the perfect hiding place for Cipher. The search for Cipher's operations becomes a journey through the region's concealed infrastructure. Every locked grate, every maintenance tunnel, every stairwell that doubles back on itself becomes a thread in a larger web. Cipher doesn't build its facilities where they can be inspected. It tucks them into the spaces that the rest of Orre has abandoned or ignored. The Under is exactly that kind of space. The noise of the desperate covers the movement of stolen Pokémon. The chaos of survival masks the organization that feeds on it, and the people who might have reported something so suspicious either fear the consequences or profit from the silence. For Wes, this is familiar territory. He came from the Underworld. He knows how these places work, knows who speaks and who stays quiet, knows which doors open for people who belong, and which ones never open at all. Rui, by contrast, is moving through the dark with only her ability to guide her, but that ability keeps pulling them forward. Somewhere in this labyrinth of low ceilings and hidden rooms are more Shadow Pokémon, more answers about what Cipher is building, and more evidence that the corruption they've been fighting through Phenac and Pyrite is only a fraction of a much larger plan. The battles that happen in the Under feel different from the ones above ground. In the Pyrite Colosseum, the crowd makes the fight a performance. Down here, there is no crowd, just echoes. Just the sound of Pokémon attacking in narrow spaces. The flash of moves against close walls. The stakes feel heavier because the room itself is heavy. This is not sport, it is territory. Every match is a statement about who controls this space, and about whether two strangers with a stolen Snag machine and a girl who can see dark auras can move any deeper into the region's secret anatomy. What Wes and Rui find in the Under changes how they understand Orre. The desert above is not the whole region, it's only the skin. Beneath it runs a system of concealed infrastructure that connects the towns, the Colosseums, the hideouts, the trading routes for stolen Pokémon, and that infrastructure was built to do exactly what it's doing now. It was built to keep Cipher's work out of sight. Every hidden passage, every locked door, every one of these confined spaces is part of the organization's architecture. The search for Cipher isn't a journey across the map anymore. It's a descent. Layer by layer, the region is giving up its secrets, and each layer makes it clearer that Orre's surface was only ever the beginning. The Under is a place where Orre's economy becomes visible in its rawest form. Those who profit and those who suffer exist in the same cramped tunnels, separated by little more than a few walls and the choices that put them there. And in that hidden city, the same object of trade keeps surfacing, the same weapon, the same commodity, a Pokémon with its heart closed off, wrapped in a dark aura, doing what it is told and feeling nothing. Nobody in the Under calls that atrocity. They call it business. But every Shadow Pokémon the player encounters is not just a weapon. It is a piece of evidence. Consider what the game actually asks you to look at. When Wes and Rui move through Orre, they do not stumble upon wild Pokémon in tall grass. There is no grass. There are no wild Pokémon. The only Pokémon in the entire region, and a disturbing number of them, have been altered. That alteration is visible. Rui reacts to it before anyone else can, seeing the aura that marks a corrupted heart. But even without her gift, the corruption would eventually become impossible to ignore, because the way a Shadow Pokémon behaves is not the way a Pokémon behaves. It fights, but it does not cooperate. It obeys commands, but it seems to barely endure them. It surges into a state called Hyper Mode, where it breaks free from the trainer's control entirely and acts on something closer to instinct or rage. And then there is the way it grows. Shadow Pokémon do gain experience, but not the way ordinary Pokémon do. Leveling up becomes irregular. It does not align with the normal pattern of battle and growth. When a Pokémon is meant to be a partner, experience is earned, trust deepens, strength becomes something shared. With a Shadow Pokémon, that familiar rhythm is broken. And then there is the more subtle thing. The player cannot nickname a Shadow Pokémon. They cannot be traded, cannot be moved into the games that came before. They cannot be transferred into ordinary Pokémon storage, as if they were normal. This is not a technical limitation, it is a statement. The game is telling you that these Pokémon exist outside the usual relationship between a trainer and a partner. They are locked away from normal care. They cannot be treated like ordinary companions because they are not ordinary companions. Not yet. That distinction matters. When you battle a Scythe peon, or a trainer at the Colosseum, or someone on the street who bought a Shadow Pokémon from the wrong people, you are not just facing a difficult opponent with a stronger team. You are encountering a point in a production pipeline. Somewhere upstream, a Pokémon was stolen. Somewhere upstream, its heart was shut off. Somewhere upstream, someone decided that fear and control were more profitable than trust. And now that Pokémon is here, in this battle, in front of you, being used as a tool to hurt you, every single one of them is evidence. The way it fights too hard and then seems hollow afterward, the aura that Rui can see, lingering like a wound, the way it does not respond to encouragement the way a normal Pokémon would. All of these are not random game mechanics. They are documentation. The game is showing you the effects of what Cipher does, one encounter at a time, and the player is not simply collecting a stronger team. That is a tempting way to read the game at first. Snag a Shadow Pokémon, and it is powerful. It is efficient. Its moves hit harder because its heart is closed. But the game keeps insisting on what that power actually costs. Shadows learn differently. They behave dangerously. They cannot be calmed, not in the usual way. They cannot be walked with, talked to, or trusted until something changes. The only way forward is purification. That is the quiet horror at the center of the game. The strongest tools are made from suffering, and the only way to make them whole again is to give them something no one in Cipher ever offered. This changes the nature of collecting. In the mainline games, capturing Pokémon is about building a team, completing a Pokédex, forming bonds that grow across a journey. In Colosseum, every snag is a rescue, but it is also a record. Wes is not a hero setting out to save the region. He is a former criminal who walked away, and Rui is a girl who can see things others cannot. But together, they become something more than the game ever states out loud. They become auditors of a crime. Every Shadow Pokémon they capture is documented proof that the atrocity is not an isolated event. It is an industry, and that industry leaves traces everywhere. The Colosseum battles do not just provide entertainment, they provide data. That is one of the darkest unspoken truths in Orre's battle scene. When Shadow Pokémon are displayed in combat, they are being tested. They are being shown to perform exactly as designed, and the trainers who face them, who lose to them, who watch them in awe, are not just spectators. They are witnesses to a product demonstration. But when Wes takes that Pokémon, when he snags it and carries it forward, the demonstration changes. The weapon becomes a patient. The tool becomes a survivor. The game never lets the player forget the scale of the crime, because the game never stops presenting reminders. There are dozens of Shadow Pokémon in Colosseum. Dozens. Each one was stolen. Each one was corrupted. Each one passes through your hands at some point, and each one carries the same dark aura and the same broken silence. That repetition could feel like padding, but it functions as testimony. One Shadow Pokémon could be dismissed as an aberration. 20 would be a tragedy. More than that becomes a system, and that system is not abstract. It has names. It has buildings. It has payouts and distribution routes and operatives who treat the process as routine. Team Snagem steals. Cipher corrupts. The Colosseum provides a venue to refine and showcase the results. And ordinary people, from mayors to merchants to battle enthusiasts, look away because the system serves their interests or their safety. The Shadow Pokémon themselves cannot testify. They cannot speak about what was done to them, where they came from, or who ordered it. But their behavior is evidence anyway. You see it every time one of them fights for you, without truly fighting with you. Every time it slips into hyper mode, and you have to call it back, the game makes the point again. This Pokémon is not yours, not yet. It's been so thoroughly shut down that it cannot even be received as a gift. It can only be taken and then returned to itself slowly over time. The corruption affects both mechanics and identity. That is not a metaphor, it is the literal system of the game. Shadow Pokémon do not obey the same rules. They do not grow the same way. They do not bond the same way. And because of that, every encounter with one is a reminder that something is being done to Pokémon in Orre that has never been done anywhere else, on a scale that the game forces you to document with your own hands. By the time Wes reaches the end of his journey, he has become something he probably never expected to be. Not the region's champion, not a savior. He is the one who looked at the evidence and did not look away. Every Shadow Pokémon he carries with him is a witness in a trial that will never be held in a courtroom, but it does not need to be. The Pokémon themselves are proof enough, and the player, by participating in that rescue, by feeling the weight of that corruption and the relief of purification, is asked to understand something simple and terrible. This is not a game about becoming stronger. It is a game about documenting how many lives were broken before anyone did anything. And so Wes moves forward, carrying all of it with him. The shadow at the edges of Orre's economy is still intact. There are more stolen Pokémon, more corrupted hearts, more people willing to profit from them. Wes and Rui have just begun walking the path through that darkness, and the road ahead leads somewhere even Orre's desert cannot hide. Every shadow Pokémon you encounter carries the evidence of what was done to it, but evidence on its own can sit still. It waits in memory, in file, in whispers. What makes Colosseum's system so quietly unsettling is that the corruption doesn't stay still. It moves, it fights, it breaks through in the middle of battle, and you have to respond. When a shadow Pokémon joins your team, the first thing you notice is that the rules have changed. This creature does not level up the way an ordinary Pokémon does. Experience is earned, but the normal landmarks of growth are missing. No steady climb through carefully spaced level ups. No predictable move pool unfolding as it becomes stronger. The Pokémon seems stuck, frozen somewhere between what it was and what Cipher tried to make it. Its development is stunted because its heart is closed, and the game communicates that through every mechanical irregularity. You cannot nickname it. In any other Pokémon game, that first act of naming is the moment a creature stops being a species and starts being a companion. It's a small ceremony, but it means something. Shadow Pokémon refuse that ceremony. They keep their original names, but those names feel borrowed because the personality behind them is hidden behind a door that was slammed shut from the outside. You cannot see their nature either. That detail might slip past you on a first playthrough, but it carries weight. A Pokémon's nature is a foundational piece of identity. It tells you whether this creature is naturally brave, or timid, or stubborn, or gentle. It's part of what makes a Pokémon an individual, rather than an interchangeable bundle of stats. For Shadow Pokémon, that information is withheld. The game deliberately prevents you from seeing it, because Cipher's work has obscured the original personality so completely that even the most basic expression of temperament is inaccessible. The nature is there. It's part of the Pokémon's data, but it is hidden until the heart reopens. Then there are the moves. Shadow Pokémon possess attacks that don't exist anywhere else in the natural world. Shadow Rush, Shadow Wave, Shadow Hold. They bypass the standard type chart and the predictable interplay of strengths and weaknesses that governs every other battle. They hit hard, and they hit outside the rules. When you command a shadow move, you are not participating in a normal Pokémon battle. You are unleashing something that was manufactured. Something that belongs to Cipher's design, rather than to the creature's own nature. And you can feel that difference every time the attack lands. But the most visible evidence of the broken heart is Hyper Mode. During battle, a shadow Pokémon can suddenly tip into a state of frenzy. The game signals it clearly, because the battle screen shifts and the Pokémon's behavior follows. It stops taking commands. It moves on its own. It attacks without your instruction, sometimes even hurting itself in the chaos. The instability that Rui can see as a dark aura becomes something you can see in behavior. The Pokémon is no longer fighting alongside you. It is simply fighting. The corruption has taken the wheel, and whatever part of the creature still exists is lost in the noise. This is where the game introduces one of its most remarkable mechanics. You can call to the Pokémon. The command is simple. It's a menu option, a word, a button press. But within the fiction of the battle, it's an attempt to reach the creature inside the frenzy. You are saying, in effect, come back to yourself, come back to me. That call is a gamble. Sometimes the Pokémon responds, the frenzy breaks, and it returns to your command, still tense but present. Sometimes it doesn't. The Pokémon remains lost in its own panic, and you have to keep fighting alongside a creature that doesn't even know you're there. There's no way to force it. No item guarantees a response. No statistical advantage makes the call more likely to succeed in the way a precision potion would. The only thing you can do is keep asking. When you step back and look at this system, the implications are striking. Calling a Shadow Pokémon out of Hyper Mode is not a tactical command in the traditional sense. It is an intervention. It is a moment you set aside the normal economy of battle, the damage and the status and the strategy, and simply try to make contact. The game never narrates this. It never tells you what you're doing on an emotional level. The mechanic just sits there, menu text and a chance to succeed, waiting for you to use it or ignore it. But it changes the meaning of every battle in which you use it. And this is where Colosseum does something genuinely affecting. It turns battle management into a metaphor for earning access to a damaged Pokémon's trust. Every time you send a Shadow Pokémon into battle, you are making an act of faith. This creature has been trained to fight for captors who abused it. It has no reason to trust you. It has been constructed quite literally to avoid connection, and yet you stand beside it. You use its power, knowing that the power is a manifestation of its pain. You call to it in its moments of frenzy, even when the call fails. You keep it in your party, walking with it through Orre's deserts, letting it accumulate the small mundane moments of travel and rest. The purification system reinforces this. There's no single path to recovery. Battle helps, walking helps, cologne helps, the daycare helps, and calling to the Pokémon in hyper mode helps, but never in a predictable way. The game tracks all of these as hidden progress, invisible to you. You are never shown a meter that tells you how close a Shadow Pokémon is to opening its heart. You act on faith. You keep doing the small things, unsure of when they will take root. Then one day it happens. In the middle of a battle, or after a victory, or at some quiet moment, the closed heart opens. The purple aura lifts. The Pokémon is purified. And the first thing the game shows you is its nature. That reveal is a small moment, and the game doesn't dress it up, but it says everything. The personality that was obscured, hidden, buried under the corruption, is finally visible. The Pokémon can be nicknamed now. It can learn normally again. It can be transferred, traded, treated like an ordinary member of your team. It has been returned to itself. The fact that Colosseum withholds the nature until purification is not an accident. It's a design decision that drives the metaphor home. You cannot fully know this Pokémon until it chooses to reveal itself to you. And it cannot fully reveal itself until it trusts you. And it cannot trust you until you have demonstrated, again and again, that you will stay. That is what makes the battle system here different from anything else in the franchise. In a mainline Pokémon game, battle is a path to power. You fight to grow, to win, to prove yourself. In Colosseum, battle becomes a path to contact. You fight through corruption to reach the creature on the other side. The opponent you face is not just an obstacle, it's a rescue target. And every fight is an opportunity to get closer. Orre gives you no shortcuts in this effort. There are no wild Pokémon to fill out your team. No gentle routes where you can casually train new allies. The region is harsh, dry, and populated by people who see Pokémon the same way they see currency. The only way forward is to take on the system directly, stealing Pokémon out of the hands of criminal trainers and carrying them through recovery one battle at a time. It's slow, it's patient. It asks something of you that most Pokémon games never do, because the truth is, a Shadow Pokémon cannot be healed by throwing a Pokéball at it. It cannot be won by brute force. It has to be earned, and the earning happens in the middle of combat, in those small moments when you call out to a creature that is lost and wait to see if it comes back. The same structure carries through the entire region. Every Colosseum, every chase, every confrontation with Cipher's operatives eventually circles back to this idea. The creatures at the center of the conflict were never weapons from the start. They were living beings, closed off from the world, and the only way to fight the system that closed them is to open them again, one person at a time, one battle at a time, one act of trust at a time. The battle ends. The machine pulls the Pokémon out of its trainer's hands, and for a moment, the arena goes quiet. The purple aura dims. The creature is in your care now, but something important remains unchanged. The heart that was shut off didn't open the moment the snag was complete. The intervention we saw in hyper mode, the act of calling a creature back from its own rage, was only the first of many such moments, because the battle being over doesn't mean the healing has begun. Capturing a Shadow Pokémon is only the beginning, since its heart remains closed after the battle. The creature you now carry with you is not a normal team member. It doesn't grow the way other Pokémon grow. Its level ups come with an erratic rhythm, moves appearing outside the usual patterns, as if its development is being suppressed by something deeper than experience. Its nature is hidden from you, locked away like the heart itself. You can't nickname it, you can't transfer it. It lives with you, but it doesn't yet live with you, if that distinction makes sense. It's present in the party, but it's not present in the way that trust would make possible, and the game gives you no shortcut. There's no healing machine that repairs a heart, no item from a Pokemart that unlocks whatever was closed, no single rare artifact that washes away the corruption in a burst of light. Instead, purification is built from a series of small, deliberately ordinary actions. You can fight beside the Pokémon, letting combat teach it that battle doesn't always mean being used as a weapon. You can walk with it, carrying it through the desert, through the heat, through the concrete corridors of the Under, letting the simple passage of time and distance do their quiet work. You can use cologne on it, a small sensory gesture that has no battlefield purpose at all, but somehow speaks to a creature that has had its senses numbed by cruelty. You can visit the daycare with it, leaving it in a place where Pokémon simply exist without being asked to fight, where the day passes without commands, without aggression, and you can interrupt its hyper mode, call it back from that state of frenzy, over and over, every single time it slips. These methods share something important. They're repetitive, they're personal, they don't produce dramatic results. There's no fanfare when you use cologne on a Shadow Pokémon, no special animation when you walk through a new town with it in your party, no acknowledgement at all from the game itself. It simply tracks these actions invisibly, somewhere behind the screen, accumulating like small drops of water wearing away stone. The methods are repetitive and personal, making recovery feel like a process of patience rather than a single magical cure. That's a deliberate design decision, and it's one of the most mature things this game does. Any other RPG would have given you a redemption artifact, a sacred item, a moment of catharsis where the corrupted creature is healed by the power of friendship in a dramatic burst of light. Colosseum refuses that. It understands that real recovery isn't a moment. It's 1,000 moments strung together like beads on a thread, and the game makes you sit with that understanding for as long as it takes. In practical terms, this means the game asks the player to invest time in Pokémon that cannot immediately function like ordinary team members. That's a real cost. In a game already defined by its difficulty, by the double battles, by the absence of wild Pokémon to grind against, by the limited pool of usable creatures, choosing to carry a Shadow Pokémon is a genuine commitment. It might not listen to you in key battles. It might enter hyper mode at the worst possible moment, turning its frenzy against your own strategy. It levels up unpredictably, making planning harder. And yet the game gently pushes you toward these creatures anyway, because they're the whole point. The story doesn't advance until they're healed. The region doesn't move forward until their hearts open. The redemption of Orre and the redemption of these Pokémon are the same process, unfolding side by side, step by step. There's a quiet wisdom in how this all unfolds. The mainline Pokémon games are built around capture as an act of friendship in miniature. You throw a ball, the Pokémon joins you. And from that first moment, it trusts you completely. Colosseum dismantles that assumption. Here capture is theft before it becomes rescue. The creatures you take from Cipher have been broken by people who saw them as weapons, as products, as tools to be discarded when their usefulness ended. Their trust is gone, and you can't simply demand it back. You have to earn it through the very acts that the game makes you perform, fighting beside them, walking with, caring for them in ways that have no immediate payoff. It's not a magical cure. It's a courtship of trust, conducted one small gesture at a time, in the dust and heat of a region that has forgotten what trust means. The invisible progress is perhaps the most honest part of the whole system. You never know exactly when a Shadow Pokémon will be ready. The game withholds that knowledge completely. You walk through the sand, you fight another battle, you interrupt another hyper mode, you spritz another dose of cologne, and then at some unremarkable moment, the heart opens, the aura falls away. The Pokémon becomes what it was always meant to be. The game doesn't slow down to make this moment feel grand. It doesn't zoom in, doesn't swell the music, doesn't freeze time. It simply happens as naturally as a sunrise, while you're in the middle of doing something else. And that in its own way is the most moving thing the game does, because it says that healing doesn't need an audience. It doesn't need a fanfare. It just needs time and attention and someone willing to stay. This understanding travels with you across all of Orre. The desert stretches on under a harsh white sky. The towns rise from the dust, each one hiding secrets behind its sun-baked walls. And with every step, the process continues, not just in your party, but in the wider world around you. Because the shadow you're fighting was never only a game mechanic, it was a system of harm that spread through an entire region, touching trainers and Pokémon alike, shutting down hearts the way a machine shuts down a circuit. And the cure for that harm won't arrive in a single dramatic moment either. It will arrive the same way every heart opens, slowly, invisibly, through 1,000 patient steps taken together, crosses the only ground that matters, the ground where life is actually lived. By the time you've learned the rhythms of caring for a Shadow Pokémon, there is something almost routine about it. You know the sharp pulse of a creature slipping into hyper mode. You know the relief of calling it back before the panic takes over. You know the small ceremony of using cologne, of taking the long walk through the dust, of leaving the creature at the daycare where other Pokémon can simply exist beside it. These are scattered acts, gentle and small, and they matter. But Colosseum does not leave you to perform them in isolation forever. At a certain point in the journey, the game opens a door on something more structured, a dedicated space, an architecture built for the slow work of recovery. The Purification Chamber formalizes the restoration process by placing corrupted Pokémon in a controlled environment. It is not a battlefield. There is no simulated conflict within those walls, no reason to rush, no clock forcing your hand. Instead, there is a quiet arrangement of spaces, a deliberate geometry that invites you to set a Shadow Pokémon at the center and surround it with careful choices. You bring the closed heart here, you place it. You make decisions about who stands near it. And then, in a move that defines the entire mechanic, you leave. The room continues its work without you. That absence is important. Most of the game is built on urgency, snatching Pokémon back from criminals, escaping collapsing facilities, facing down administrators who would rather battle than talk. The Purification Chamber asks for the opposite. It asks you to walk away and trust that time in this one place is on your side. For a game centered on theft and intervention, that is a radical change of pace. The chamber operates on patience, and it teaches you, gradually, that patience is itself part of the healing. The chamber's real genius, though, is in how it treats the creatures placed inside it. The system turns relationships between Pokémon into a tool for reopening a Shadow Pokémon's heart. The companions you choose to stand around the corrupted Pokémon are not decoration. Their presence is read. The game weighs those connections, paying attention to which Pokémon stand together and how their temperaments interact with the locked creature at the center. A Shadow Pokémon had its heart shut because it was taught that connection was dangerous. The chamber argues the opposite. It surrounds the hurt creature with evidence that closeness is safe. That company is a remedy. That simply being near another heart, a settled one, an open one, can slowly persuade a locked heart to reconsider. And this is where Colosseum separates itself from so many other games. A lesser design would hand you a single-use cure and let the screen blink, as if a wound of this magnitude could be dissolved by inventory. Colosseum refuses that shortcut. Rather than simply deleting the corruption, Purification rebuilds emotional balance through time and interaction. The heart gauge does not empty because you pressed the correct button. It empties because the days pass, because your Pokémon battle alongside each other and learn each other's presence, because the chamber provides a constant, patient environment where emotional recovery is the only task at hand. There is no spell to cast, no serum. There is only process, and the game quietly insists that process is the only honest way to undo something that was deliberately broken. There is a kind of trust embedded in that design. The mechanic gives the player a tangible way to measure progress without reducing recovery to a cutscene. The heart gauge is visible. It drains fraction by fraction, and each return visit to the chamber becomes a small ceremony. You enter, you check. You notice that the purple aura has faded just a little more. The game never rewards you with a sweeping animation the moment the gauge empties. An animation would cheapen what just happened. Instead, the heart simply opens, quietly, completely. And when you finally take that purified Pokémon out of the chamber, it is not a debuffed copy of its shadow self. It is a creature that has been given something it was forcibly stripped of. Time to feel safe again. In a way, the chamber completes the game's central metaphor. Every Shadow Pokémon in Colosseum is described through its heart. Closed, shut, darkened, locked. Cipher's technicians used instruments and conditioning to close that heart on purpose. The chamber is the reversal of that process. But it is not a mechanical reversal. You cannot simply run the machine backward. The game understands that what was done by force and fear cannot be undone by force, and cannot be erased by a logic of deletion. It can only be undone by presence, by contact, by the gradual, unglamorous accrual of safe moments. The chamber is the physical form of that understanding. A room that does nothing except hold space for healing. There is also something almost defiant about this room existing in Orre at all. Orre is a region with no wild Pokémon. There are no routes where new life emerges from tall grass, no rivers that carry wonders downstream, no forests where anything grows on its own. Every Pokémon in Orre has been brought here, stolen here, lost here. The land itself offers nothing, and yet, in this one chamber, the game plants a different kind of ecology, one built on trust instead of capture. Pokémon stand beside Pokémon. They share the quiet, and a creature that was manufactured to be alone learns again that it does not have to be. The player is shaped by this too. By the time you have guided even a handful of Shadow Pokémon through the chamber, you have internalized something the mainline games rarely ask you to consider. You are not catching these Pokémon. You are not conquering them. You are meeting them. And that meeting happens not in the flash of a Snag machine, but in the long middle, the walks, the shared battles, the return visits to this quiet room. The moment when the heart gauge finally empties and the Pokémon looks at you with something that feels like recognition. The chamber turns purification into a relationship, and it turns you, the player, into someone who has learned to wait. There is one more layer worth sitting with. The corruption was never natural. Every Shadow Pokémon was an ordinary heart before Cipher got to it. A stolen life, a stolen identity, a stolen capacity for feeling. The chamber never pretends the damage did not happen. There is no reset button. The memory of what was done stays inside the creature somewhere, the same way the memory of the desert stays in the wind. But the chamber is proof that a story can be given a better ending than the one its architects planned. In Orre, where almost everything is impermanent, except dust and reputation, the Purification Chamber becomes the strangest and most valuable thing in the region. Evidence that at least one door, once locked, can be opened again. The Purified walk out of that room into a region still steeped in shadow. The people who built the corruption are still out there, moving pieces, issuing commands. The Colosseums still echo with the noise of forced battles, but the chamber remains, quiet, waiting for the next closed heart to be carried in. And for every heart Wes and Rui bring through those doors, the machine that made them loses a little more of its grip on the land. There are more shadows in the desert, more stolen lives, more closed doors, waiting for someone to stand beside them and wait. The restoration is real. But the road through Orre is long, and the next heart is already out there somewhere, hidden behind the walls of another stronghold, waiting to be found. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. The Purification Chamber stands as the most structured attempt yet to undo what Cipher has done. It takes corrupted Pokémon, places them in a controlled space, and uses the bonds between other Pokémon to slowly coax a closed heart back open. But that chamber is not isolated. It sits at the center of a community that has been quietly opposing Cipher's philosophy all along. And to understand why the chamber works, you have to understand where it was built. Agate Village introduces a community built around tradition, healing, and a long relationship with Pokémon. The journey there is stark. Orre is a region of wind and dust, of roads that seem to lead nowhere, of outposts carved out of an environment that offers little and demands much. But Agate is different. The desert begins to soften as you approach. There is green here, actual green, not the dusty scrub that passes for vegetation elsewhere in Orre. Trees stand around the village, their presence almost defiant. Water moves through the settlement, a spring that has made this place habitable, when so much of the surrounding land is not. The people who live here have built their homes into the landscape rather than over it. Wood, stone, and careful hands. Nothing about Agate shouts. It doesn't have the neon aggression of Pyrite Town, or the clean institutional threat of Cipher's facilities. It simply exists quietly, the way it's probably existed for generations. That longevity is meaningful. In a region shaped by instability and criminal enterprise, Agate stands as proof that another way of living is possible. The villagers raise Pokémon, not for battle, not for sale, but as companions. The relationship they describe is rhythmic, practical, and affectionate. Pokémon help with the work. They accompany people through the days. They are woven into the fabric of daily life in a way that has nothing to do with strength ratings or tournament standings. This is the oldest kind of power in the Pokémon world, the one that exists before any league is established, before any machine is built. A person and a Pokémon choosing to be together over and over again. At the north edge of the village stands the shrine. It is a modest structure built to honor Celebi, the mythical Pokémon of time, and it is the heart of everything Agate believes. Its Celebi shrine creates a sharp contrast with Cipher's laboratories and manufactured corruption. Think about what Cipher's laboratories represent. They are sealed environments. In them, Pokémon are processed, their hearts deliberately shut down through methods that are never fully explained, but are clearly mechanical, invasive, and cruel. The labs are loud, harsh, sterile. Pokémon in those spaces are not individuals. They are material. They are inputs and outputs. Their emotional lives, their memories, their capacity for trust, are all treated as obstacles to be removed. Cipher does not want a Pokémon who remembers anything. It wants a weapon that has been emptied of everything except obedience and aggression. The Celebi Shrine stands against every one of those values. It is not sealed. It is open to the sky, to the wind, to anyone who wishes to pay respect. It does not contain Celebi. It never attempts to. The shrine simply acknowledges that Celebi exists, that time flows, that some things are larger than the immediate demands of power. Where Cipher manufactures corruption, the villagers nurture memory. Where Cipher's facilities are built to strip away, the shrine exists to hold. You can see the entire philosophy of Agate in that single structure. The shrine does not capture anything, it welcomes. And there is another reason this place matters. This is Rui's home. Rui's connection to the village gives the investigation a more personal dimension. She has been guiding Wes through Orre with an urgency that is easy to read as commitment to the cause. But in Agate, that urgency softens into something else. She is known here. The people recognize her. They greet her not as a stranger passing through, but as one of their own returning. There is a grandfather in Agate who raised her, who watched her grow up, with a gift she did not ask for and could not always understand. The ability to see the dark aura of Shadow Pokémon is not a comfortable skill. It means seeing corruption that others cannot perceive, carrying a weight that cannot be shared with most of the world. But in Agate, Rui does not have to explain herself. The village has always known who she is. Its traditions have shaped her. Its stories have taught her that Pokémon matter, that the bond between human and Pokémon is not a convenience to be discarded. That background changes the stakes. Wes is on a mission of atonement, a former criminal trying to make things right. Rui is fighting for her heritage. Every Shadow Pokémon she identifies is not just a case to be solved. It is evidence of an attack on everything her community stands for. She has watched Cipher's corruption from a distance and up close. She has seen what it does to creatures who deserve better, and now she is standing in the one place in Orre where that corruption finds no welcome. The contrast is not lost on her. It steeled her resolve long before Wes ever showed up. The village suggests that Pokémon power can be preserved through care and memory rather than control. This is the deepest lesson Agate has to offer. Orre is a region where control is the currency of power. Criminal organizations control territory. Trainers control their Pokémon. The Colosseums reward those who can command, who can overwhelm, who can dominate. But Agate quietly refutes all of that. The power on display here is relational. It grows from years of shared experience, from feeding and walking, and sitting beside a Pokémon through long desert nights. It is the power of a community that passes down knowledge, not through manuals, but through memory. The ways of caring for Pokémon are taught by demonstration. Children watch their elders. They learn to read the moods of the creatures around them. They learn that a Pokémon's trust is earned, never demanded. In a region that offers no wild Pokémon to discover, these bonds are the entire foundation of life. Catch a Pokémon elsewhere in the Pokémon world, and you begin with a fresh encounter. Here, there is no such beginning. Every Pokémon in Orre belongs to someone, or did at one point, and so the relationship is always the starting point. Protect it, and you protect everything. Break it as Cipher does, and you break the social fabric itself. That is why the Purification Chamber was built here, in this village, rather than anywhere else in Orre. The technology of purification is not simply a mechanical process. It requires an understanding what a Pokémon's heart is supposed to feel like. It requires patience, attention, and the willingness to let healing happen on its own timeline. Those are the values of Agate Village. They are the values of people who have spent generations learning that you cannot force a Pokémon to trust you. You can only offer yourself, again and again, until the trust becomes mutual. The chamber itself is the village's answer to Cipher. Not a weapon, but a remedy. It does not fight corruption through superior force. It fights corruption through relationship, through the quiet stability of other Pokémon who have been given the time and safety to remember who they are. The village's Pokémon are not special in the traditional sense. They are not exceptionally rare or powerful, but they are emotionally intact. They are whole, and that wholeness is precisely what a Shadow Pokémon needs to find its way back. Wes has seen the opposite of this place. He came from Team Snag, from the machine that stole Pokémon, from the culture that treated Pokémon as cargo. Walking through Agate must be a strange experience for him. The village has no machines that matter. It has no security apparatus. It does not measure a person by their battle record. It measures a person by how they treat the creatures in their care. That is an uncomfortable standard for a former thief to meet, but it is also a hopeful one, because the village does not believe in permanent corruption. It believes in return, in restoration, in the long path back to trust. Every Pokémon that leaves the Purification Chamber is proof of that belief, and so the investigation pauses here, not because the work is done. It is far from done, but because this is the place where the work becomes possible. Agate Village is the counterweight to everything Cipher has built. The laboratory spread corruption outward. The village holds healing at its center. One worldview says that a Pokémon is a resource to be exploited. The other says that a Pokémon is a neighbor, a partner, a life worthy of respect. Wes and Rui have seen both sides now. They have walked through Cipher's destruction, and they have rested among this ancient, patient community. The desert still waits beyond the village edge. The wind still moves across Orre, carrying dust and secrets. Cipher's influence has not collapsed. The organization's leaders still pursue their designs in laboratories hidden throughout the region. And there are still Shadow Pokémon out there, their hearts closed, waiting for someone to reach them. But Agate has done what it can. It has opened its chamber. It has shared its traditions. It has shown that another kind of power exists, and that it is strong enough to heal at least some of the wounds Cipher has left behind. Now the road leads forward, out of the green shelter of the village and back into the open desert. Somewhere out there, the source of all this corruption is waiting, and the purified Pokémon beside Wes will have to face it. Agate Village was supposed to be a refuge. After everything Wes had seen across Orre, the corruption, the stolen Pokémon, the laboratories, the cold machinery of the Shadow Pokémon process, this small community offered something he hadn't found anywhere else: real peace. A place where people lived alongside their Pokémon as partners, not weapons. Where the Celebi Shrine stood as a reminder that the relationship between humans and Pokémon was meant to be something sacred. Something older than any criminal organization. Something that no amount of shadow could truly erase. And that was precisely why Cipher chose to attack it. The assault on Agate Village wasn't an accident. It wasn't a random act of violence. And it wasn't some territorial dispute gone wrong. It was deliberate, calculated. Cipher's forces descended on the village with purpose, and in doing so, they sent a message that changed the entire nature of the conflict Wes had been pulled into. Up until this point, Cipher had operated like a criminal enterprise. Shadow Pokémon were being produced in hidden facilities. Trainers were being supplied with corrupted partners. Team Snag was stealing Pokémon from anyone who crossed their path. It was all dark and unsettling, but it fit a pattern. It was urban crime on a shocking scale. Theft, corruption, intimidation, but still crime. You could understand it as the work of an organized syndicate looking to profit from stolen power, the kind of evil that could be measured in ledgers and shipments and quiet transactions. But Agate Village shattered that understanding, because Agate Village wasn't a frontier hamlet or a criminal hotspot. It was a community built entirely around healing. Its people cared for Pokémon with a gentleness that stood in stark contrast to everything Cipher represented. The village was sacred. Its shrine, its traditions, its entire way of life. All of it pointed to something pure. Something that existed long before Cipher's shadow ever fell over Orre. The very existence of Agate Village was a quiet rebuke to everything the organization stood for. And Cipher attacked it anyway. They attacked a village of civilians. They attacked a place with almost no strategic value in any conventional sense. There were no Shadow Pokémon stored here. There was no technology to seize, no research to pillage, no data to corrupt, no weapons, no defenses, no army waiting to stop them. What Agate Village had was meaning. It was a symbol. It stood for the exact opposite of everything Cipher was. And Cipher destroyed that symbol to prove a point. The point was unmistakable. There was nowhere safe. There was no place beyond their reach. If you stood against them, even passively, even simply by being a community that represented what they opposed, you would not be left alone. The attack wasn't about military advantage. It was about terror. It was about showing the people of Orre that Cipher's authority extended to every corner of the region, even the ones that had believed themselves protected by tradition and faith. For Wes, this was the moment the mission stopped being about tracking down corrupted creatures and started being about something far larger. He had spent his time in Orre as an outsider, a former Team Snag operative who had turned against the organization he once belonged to, moving from town to town, snagging Shadow Pokémon and undoing the damage Cipher had done. It was a noble pursuit, but it was also a detached one. He could tell himself he was just exposing corruption, one Pokémon at a time. He could move through the region with Rui at his side, leaving purified partners in his wake, and keep his distance from the wider conflict. The pattern was simple. Find a Shadow Pokémon, take it, purify it, move on. It was meaningful work, but it was also safe in its own way. He was always the one who chose when and where to act. The attack on Agate Village ended that distance forever. This was personal now, not only because Wes had come to care about the village, though it would be hard not to care about a community so open and trusting, a place where the bond between people and Pokémon was treated with reverence instead of exploitation. It was personal because Cipher had made it personal. By striking at Agate Village, they made it clear that they saw Wes not as a minor nuisance, not as some rogue trainer snagging their property, but as a direct threat to their entire operation. Think about what that means. Cipher was an organization with the resources to capture Pokémon, transform them into Shadow Pokémon, distribute them across an entire region, and operate with apparent impunity. They had the backing of Team Snag. They had networks, facilities, and influence. And yet, they felt compelled to attack a peaceful village in the middle of the desert because of one man and a girl who could see dark auras, because of the Pokémon they had taken back, because of the questions they had started asking. That attack was not a show of strength. It was a concession. It was Cipher admitting that Wes and Rui had become a genuine problem, that every Shadow Pokémon Wes snagged and purified was a wound to their operation, that the investigation, the slow, painstaking work of following the trail from one corrupted Pokémon to the next, was getting too close to something they couldn't afford to have exposed. So they struck back, and they did it in the most brutal way they could imagine. Not by sending an army to confront Wes directly, not by offering a reward for his capture, but by going after everything he had come to represent. They attacked the one place in Orre where the old ways were still alive, the one community that offered proof that a different path was possible, the shrine where people still believed that Pokémon hearts were meant to remain open and pure. They attacked hope itself. And here is the thing about striking a place like Agate Village. It doesn't just demonstrate ruthlessness, it demonstrates fear. Cipher could have ignored Wes. They could have dismissed him as a former criminal with a grudge and a stolen snag machine. Instead, they launched an assault on sacred ground, on civilians, on a community that had no part in any battle. That is not the behavior of an organization that feels secure. It is the behavior of an organization watching its carefully constructed empire begin to crack. Wes had that effect on them. Without ever meaning to, he had become something Cipher couldn't control. He had access to the snag machine, which meant he could take back what they had stolen. He had Rui, which meant he could find Shadow Pokémon wherever they were hidden. And he had the determination to keep going, to follow the trail deeper and deeper into their territory. Everything he did undermined their authority, their operations, their carefully maintained illusion of control. To Cipher, he wasn't an obstacle, he was a threat. Perhaps the only real threat they had ever faced. The restoration mission, the project of purifying Shadow Pokémon, had always been framed as an act of mercy. Rescue the corrupted, reopen their hearts, give them back their lives. And it was. But from this moment forward, it was also something else. It was resistance. Because when an organization attacks a peaceful village to stop you, you no longer get to pretend you're just a concerned bystander. You can't continue to operate on the edges, running your personal crusade without acknowledging what it actually is. Wes's work had always been opposition to Cipher, but now Cipher had defined the terms. They had announced, with violence, that he was their enemy, and being Cipher's enemy meant something specific. It meant he couldn't keep traveling from town to town, snagging Shadow Pokémon as he encountered them, and hoping the trail would lead somewhere. He couldn't merely react to whatever corruption he stumbled upon. Cipher had shown him that they were willing to hurt innocent people to protect their operation. So the only way to genuinely protect anyone was to stop the operation itself, not just treat the symptoms, end the disease. The attack on Agate Village forced Wes to confront something he had avoided since leaving Team Snagem. He couldn't be a bystander in his own story anymore. He couldn't be the lone figure drifting through the desert, righting wrongs without making commitments. The villagers of Agate had welcomed him. They had shared their traditions with him. They represented everything worth saving about the bond between people and Pokémon. And they had been targeted because of the stand he had taken. Because of what his investigation had begun to uncover, Cipher saw him clearly now. They saw the threat he represented. And in attacking Agate Village, they proved there was no line they wouldn't cross. If they would do this to a sacred place, to harmless people, there was nothing stopping them from doing worse. There was no negotiation to be had, no compromise that could be reached, only confrontation. This was the turning point, not because Wes's resolve suddenly flared into something new. He had been committed to saving Shadow Pokémon for a long time by this point, but because the conflict had changed shape, it was no longer a matter of tracking down corrupted Pokémon and restoring them one by one. It was an open war, and Wes was no longer an observer in that war, no longer a man pursuing criminals from a safe distance. He was a target. And as the dust settled over Agate Village, he was also the only real hope Orre had left. The peace of that village was broken, but so was the illusion that Cipher could be opposed from the outside. What lay ahead would demand more than snagging and purification. It would demand that Wes stop holding back, stop merely responding to Cipher's moves. If they would attack a sacred place, if they would harm civilians just to silence an investigation, then the mission was no longer simply about uncovering the truth. It was about dismantling Cipher's ability to harm anyone ever again. The path forward would lead deeper into Cipher's world than Wes had ever gone. He would need to understand how the organization was structured, where its real power came from, who was ultimately pulling its strings. Because the attack on Agate Village had revealed something essential. Cipher wasn't just a criminal network. It was an ideology. It was a belief system built on the idea that strength meant domination and that hearts could be written over, rewritten, controlled. And ideologies don't collapse just because you remove a few pieces of their operation. They have to be taken apart from the inside, piece by piece, all the way to the seat of their power. The attack on Agate Village was meant to silence opposition, but all it really did was leave a trail. Cipher's soldiers pulled back from the sacred grounds, retreating the way an army retreats when it has somewhere safer to stand. And that somewhere, it turns out, is not hidden at all. It has been visible on the horizon the entire time. Battle, a tower of stone rising out of the Orre desert, like a monument to the very idea of Pokémon battles. You can see it from miles away, and in a region as flat and barren as this one, it dominates everything. This is where trainers go when they want to prove something, where competitors from every corner of the region come to test themselves against a challenge that is not a tournament bracket or a one-off match. It is a mountain, and it demands a climb. Mount. Battle represents the public face of Orre's battle culture, where competition is organised into a massive endurance challenge. 100 battles, consecutive, no resets, no swapping out your team between floors. No resting on the kind of short matches that fill the Colosseums down in the towns. The mountain tests everything a trainer has. Team coverage, stamina, the ability to make split-second decisions when you are already exhausted. Because the mountain does not care how many badges you carry or how many tournaments you have won. It cares whether you can endure. For most trainers, reaching the top is a lifetime goal. It is a pilgrimage, a kind of accomplishment that gets talked about in battle circles for years. The kind of thing that separates the memorable trainers from the forgotten ones. And in Orre, where wild Pokémon do not exist, where every team is built from what you can acquire and nurture, rather than what you can catch, this gauntlet carries even more weight. Every Pokémon on a trainer's team is there because someone chose it, raised it, fought beside it until they moved as a single unit. The mountain is a test of that bond, which is what makes what Wes finds there so quietly devastating. Because when he sets foot on those lower slopes, he is not entering a neutral arena. He is walking into Cipher territory. The first few floors look natural enough. Trainers of every age take their places, waiting their turn, studying their opponents. If you did not know any better, you would think Mount. Battle was exactly what it appeared to be, the purest expression of Orre's battle culture, standing open and honest in the desert sun. But the higher you climb, the more the facade thins. The challengers get tougher, but they also start to move like soldiers. Their teams carry a particular edge, and every so often Wes catches it. That familiar flicker he has seen often enough to recognize before Rui even calls it out. The dark aura of a Shadow Pokémon. Cipher's presence there shows how easily a respected battle institution can be connected to the Shadow Pokémon pipeline. The mountain was not infiltrated from the outside. It was built into the operation from the beginning. And this is perhaps the most disturbing thing about Cipher as an organization. It has a talent for making corruption look like infrastructure, a laboratory hidden beneath the city, a sacred village attacked to silence its healers. And now, a towering monument to the trainer's bond becomes a sorting floor where Pokémon and people are evaluated, categorized, and selected. Because that is what the mountain really is when you strip away the pageantry. A filter. The 100 battles do not exist for the sake of the challenge alone. They exist to sort through the region's best trainers, who identify the ones with strong Pokémon and strong hearts, to see who rises and who breaks. Cipher watches. Cipher takes note. And when those trainers leave the mountain, they have no idea what they were being measured for. That is the brutality of it. The mountain celebrates strength and endurance, and trust between a trainer and their Pokémon, and every single one of those values is being harvested and repurposed for a system designed to shut hearts off entirely. The scale of the mountain's battles mirrors the growing scale of the conspiracy. 100 floors is easy to write off as a large but simple number. In practice, it is a promise. Each battle is a compartment in a much larger operation. Each victory advances Wes deeper into the machinery. And the deeper he goes, the more the mountain reveals itself as something other than what it first appeared. Cipher peons move through the upper corridors with the confidence of people who belong there. The talk shifts from battle strategy to logistics. The atmosphere tightens until it becomes unmistakable. This is not a destination for pilgrims and challengers. It is a stronghold, and Wes is not climbing it as a tourist. Wes's progress through the arena becomes both a test of strength and an assault on Cipher's infrastructure. Every trainer he defeats is a sentry removed from his path. Every floor he clears is a level of the fortress he has breached. The Snag machine hums on his arm, and the Pokémon he pulls away from their handlers are not just rescues. They are thefts in the most literal sense, stripping Cipher's forces of the weapons they were trusted to carry. It is, in a very real way, war conducted by battle. 100 matches, and every single one of them is a blow against the institution those matches were meant to legitimize. Waiting at the top is Dakim, a Cipher admin, a man who commands the summit of Mount. Battle and the Shadow Pokémon chained to his will. Not just any Shadow Pokémon either. the legendary Entei, a creature of volcanic fury, the kind of Pokémon that in any other region would be spoken of, with reverence, with its heart now shut off and repurposed for combat. Of all the corruption tied to this mountain, that image is perhaps the darkest, a structure built to honor the bond between trainer and Pokémon, crowned by a creature whose bond has been destroyed and replaced with nothing but obedience. There is no poetry in the confrontation. Dakim does not offer speeches about his vision. He is an operator, a man who commands a node in an industrial process. And Wes is simply a disruption that needs to be handled. But the battle itself says everything the mountain has been hiding. When the dust settles and Entei is freed from its handler, the climb is over. The stronghold has been breached. And yet, standing at the summit, Wes and Rui both understand something that turns the victory cold. The mountain was never the whole operation. It was only the part Cipher was willing to let the sun touch. Because below Orre's desert surface, beneath the sun-bleached towns and the towers that rise out of the sand, there is a different kind of world entirely. A network of tunnels and chambers carved into the bedrock. A shadow city where the people who refuse to live by Cipher's rules exist alongside the people who enforce them. The daylight has its colosseums and its monuments. But the darkest work happens where light never reaches. Mount Battle was where Cipher showed its face. Underneath the desert is where it keeps what it does not want anyone to see. By the time Wes left Mount Battle behind, he had seen enough of Cipher to understand that the organization was not what it appeared to be. On the surface, it looked like another criminal syndicate, the kind that Orre had produced for years. Trainers with stolen Pokémon, grunts willing to fight for anyone who paid them, a network of safe houses and shady arenas stretching across the desert. Battle had shown Wes something else. Cipher could reach into respected institutions. It could place its operatives in the middle of public events. It could turn a celebrated battleground into a recruiting ground and pipeline for corruption. That kind of reach did not happen by accident. It happened because someone was making decisions. Someone was planning. Someone was organizing the chaos into a system. And as Wes and Rui moved deeper into Orre, they began to meet the people responsible. Not the anonymous grunts who carried out orders, but the ones who gave those orders in the first place. What emerges from those encounters is one of the most interesting structural details of the entire story. Cipher's administrators emerge as distinct faces of the organization's larger machine. They are not interchangeable enemies with the same uniform and the same attitude. Each one represents a different kind of power, a different method of control, a different reason for being part of the Shadow Pokémon project. And taken together, they show just how much infrastructure is required to turn a Pokémon's heart into a weapon. The first face is the one that most people would expect from a criminal empire. Dakim represents militarized force. He is exactly what his role suggests. A soldier, a fighter, a wall of muscle and will that Cipher places between its secrets and anyone who tries to reach them. There is nothing subtle about Dakim. He does not scheme. He does not negotiate. He does not try to convince you that he is on the right side of anything. He simply stands in the way and makes it clear that the only way past him is through him. Dakim's battles reflect that philosophy completely. He does not rely on clever strategies or unexpected tactics. He brings the full weight of his training and his shadow Pokémon down on his opponent, again and again, until something breaks. For him, a shadow Pokémon is not a mystery to be studied or a product to be marketed. It is a weapon, no different from a blade or a bullet. It exists to end threats, and Dakim is very good at ending threats. In a region like Orre, where survival has always belonged to the strong, Dakim's kind of power is easy to understand. The desert does not reward hesitation. It does not care about intentions. It respects only results. Dakim is the result of that harsh environment, shaped by it, hardened by it, and turned towards Cipher's purposes. When Wes finally faces him, he is fighting the raw physical authority that has kept Orre's criminals in line for years. And when Dakim falls, that authority is broken. But Cipher does not rely on force alone. The second face of the organization is far quieter and in many ways far more dangerous. Venus manipulates public influence. Where Dakim would break down a door, Venus would convince you to open it yourself. She is the face that Cipher shows to the world. A calm, composed, convincing presence that makes a criminal organization look respectable. She understands something that most of the other operatives do not. People are easier to control when they think they are making their own choices. Venus does not need to force anyone to cooperate with Cipher. She only needs to make cooperation feel like the natural, reasonable, even desirable choice. She moves through the cities of Orre with the ease of someone who belongs there. Because she has made herself belong there, she knows how to speak to people. She knows what they want to hear. She knows how to frame Cipher's activities so that they seem like normal business. How to make the presence of Shadow Pokémon seem like an everyday part of life. How to make Wes and Rui look like the ones causing trouble. Her power is not in her Pokémon, though she has those too. Her power is in her ability to control what other people believe. And that is a harder thing to defeat than any soldier. When Wes battles Dakim, he wins a physical victory. But when he confronts Venus, he is pushing against something much more complicated. A reputation, an image, a carefully constructed fiction that Cipher has spent years building. Defeating her does not just mean winning a battle. It means unraveling the lie she has woven around the organization. It means showing Orre that the respectable face of Cipher was never respectable at all. And then there is the third face, the one who may be the most disturbing of them all. Ein embodies scientific experimentation. He is the one who actually understands what happens inside a Shadow Pokémon. While Dakim sees weapons and Venus sees products, Ein sees something else entirely. He sees a breakthrough. He is a scientist in the truest sense, driven by curiosity, fascinated by the boundaries of what can be done. And that fascination has led him to a place where a living creature is just a subject, a data point, a vessel for an experiment. Ein is the reason Shadow Pokémon exist in the numbers they do. He designed the process that shuts off a Pokémon's heart. He refined it. He made it reproducible. He turned a terrifying idea into an industrial process, something that Cipher could scale and sustain. The machines in his laboratory are not just tools. They are the physical expression of his research, the evidence of how far he was willing to go to understand what happens when emotion is stripped away. What makes Ein so unsettling is that he is not cruel in the way Dakim is cruel. He does not take pleasure in violence. He does not hate Pokémon. He is simply detached from the suffering he causes. Because he is so focused on the information it gives him, he corrupts Pokémon to see what will happen. He studies them the way a researcher studies cells in a dish. The ethical weight of what he is doing seems to barely register because he has convinced himself that the knowledge is worth the cost. And that kind of detachment, that cold, clinical approach to corruption, is perhaps the most frightening power of all. Together, these three administrators reveal the true shape of Cipher as an organization. Dakim, the soldier; Venus, the strategist; Ein, the scientist. Three completely different methods, three completely different personalities, all working toward the same goal. Their different methods reveal that Shadow Pokémon are supported by more than one kind of power. The corruption that darkens a Pokémon's heart cannot survive on science alone. It needs protection. It needs public acceptance. It needs the constant work of people who are willing to fight for it, lie for it, and study it without flinching. Cipher understands that. That is why the organization is structured the way it is. Every layer of administration exists to support the next, and the Shadow Pokémon exist at the center of it all, surrounded by walls of muscle, lies and knowledge. To attack Cipher from any single angle is to be met by the administrator who specializes in defense against that kind of attack. The only way forward is to break through all three, and that is what Wes does, one battle at a time. Each victory is significant, not just because it adds another purifiable Shadow Pokémon, for the team, but because it removes one of the supports holding the entire structure up. When Dakim falls, Cipher loses its shield. When Venus falls, Cipher loses its mask. When Ein falls, Cipher loses the mind that made the whole system possible. But even then, the story refuses to offer false comfort. Defeating them does not end the system, but it strips away the layers protecting Cipher's leadership. The organization is bigger than 3 administrators. The people at the top are still there, still moving forward, still confident that they can replace what was lost. The admins were never the source of Cipher's evil. They were the ones who carried it out, each in their own way. Yet the layers mattered. They absorbed the blows. They shielded the heart of the organization from direct exposure. And now those layers are gone. The soldier is defeated. The mask is shattered. The scientist is silenced. What remains is the thing they were all protecting. The leadership that set the entire catastrophe in motion. For the first time, there is nothing standing between Wes and the people who decided, long ago, that the hearts of Pokémon were acceptable casualties in a game played by those who never intended to pay the cost. Ein gave Cipher its scientific face, the quiet intelligence behind a brutal operation. But no scientist works without a laboratory, and no laboratory exists purely for theory. The Shadow Pokémon Lab is where Ein's expertise and Cipher's ambition finally become physical, tangible things. A place built on steel, monitors, containment units, and the quiet hum of machinery doing exactly what it was designed to do. For Wes, this had been the shape of his enemy for a long time, without a name. He had seen Shadow Pokémon in battle. He had watched Rui react to their darkness, a kind of aura that she alone could perceive. He had purified them in the chamber at Agate village, felt the weight of what they had lost, and the slow work of giving it back. But he had never seen the starting point, not until now. The Shadow Pokémon Lab exposes the industrial process behind dark corruption that Wes has been encountering in the field. Out in Orre, a Shadow Pokémon is a terrifying anomaly. It fights with a ferocity beyond nature. It refuses commands. It radiates something dark that normal trainers cannot even perceive. And for Wes, each encounter felt like an isolated tragedy. A single creature that had somehow been broken. The lab reframes every one of those encounters, because this is not a place where accidents happen. This is a place where corruption is manufactured. Here the mystery becomes machinery. Pokémon are processed, altered, tested, and prepared for distribution. One step leads to another, in an order that was planned long before Wes ever arrived. The stolen Pokémon enter these rooms, taken by Team Snag, delivered through channels that Cipher controls, ripped from trainers who never knew what was coming for them. Inside, they are moved along a pipeline that would look familiar to anyone who has ever seen a factory floor. Restraint systems, monitoring equipment, procedures designed to close off a heart with the same efficiency that a business might bring to streamlining production. The language of the facility is the language of industry. Processing, output, throughput, efficiency, all of it applied to creatures that were once beloved companions, once living beings with their own wants and fears. The lab removes any remaining illusion that the shadow phenomenon is an accident or isolated experiment. Up to this point in the journey, there was always room to wonder. Maybe a few scientists had gone too far. Maybe this was the work of a single obsessed mind with too much money. Maybe the corruption spreading across Orre was a chain reaction, something that had slipped out of control. The lab answers all of those questions with a hard no. This is a system. It has stages. It has testing protocols. It has a purpose that extends far beyond any single act of cruelty. And that clarity makes it more unnerving than any individual villain Wes has yet faced. A madman can be stopped. A machine is harder to reason with. Its sterile spaces contrast with the emotional damage inflicted on every Pokémon passing through them. The walls are clean. The surfaces are cold. The lighting is uniform, bright enough to erase every shadow, almost clinical in its precision. And in that polished, orderly environment, The actual process is something else entirely. A Pokémon does not lose its heart through violence alone. Though violence certainly plays its part, it loses its heart through isolation, through conditioning, through having every natural instinct and emotional connections systematically dismantled. The lab is built to make that process feel normal, routine, just another day at the office. The contrast between the setting and what happens inside it is the cruelest detail of all. That is what makes the Shadow Pokémon Lab so difficult to face. It is not monstrous in an obvious way. It is not a dungeon. It is not a villain's lair with dramatic lighting and menacing decor. It is a facility, and facilities hum. They operate. They keep schedules. They feel almost alive with purpose, but a purpose that has nothing to do with the living things moving through them. The Pokémon are processed like materials. Their pain is a byproduct, not a concern. Their eventual release back into battle, now obedient, now heartless, is the finished product rolling off the end of the line. For Rui, being here is a constant assault on the senses. She can see the purple aura of Shadow Pokémon when others cannot, and in this place, that aura is not coming from one creature or two. It is everywhere. Like a stain that will not wash off the walls, a residue left behind by every heart that was closed in these rooms. The lab does not need to hide its secrets behind locked doors, because its secrets are all in plain view. Cages, wiring, data screens, silent rows of Pokémon waiting for whatever comes next. Their eyes emptied of everything that once made them who they were, and for the Pokémon themselves, the lab is the moment everything changes. Somewhere before this, they were stolen, they were loved, or at least they were free. They had names, they had lives, and somewhere in here, that identity gets stripped away and replaced by a closed heart and a single directive: obey. The shadow process is not a curse that descends from some mysterious source. It is a procedure, a technique that Cipher has refined over time, and that refinement is the most chilling part of it all. It means that every Shadow Pokémon Wes has purified on his journey was once a product of this pipeline. Every creature he has fought, every trainer he has defeated, every Dark Aura Rui has pointed out across the desert, all of it traces back to a room like this one. The corruption he has been battling under the open sun was engineered under fluorescent lights, signed off, tested, released. And in that moment, the fight against Cipher stops being a search for the person behind it all and becomes a fight against the machine itself. But machines are built by people, and the people who built this one have names. Ein is at the heart of it, the researcher whose work turned a dark theory into a working procedure. Venus uses her influence to keep the operation hidden, a manipulation of public life, ensuring that no one looks too closely at what happens behind closed doors. Dakim guards the outer approach with brute force, turning away anyone who gets too curious. The three admins form a complete picture: the science, the illusion. Together, they make sure the lab keeps running, and that scale is what separates Orre from everywhere else in the Pokémon world. There are no wild Pokémon here, no tall grass, no lakes teeming with life, no empty plots of land where creatures roam freely. In Orre, every Pokémon comes from somewhere else. Every Pokémon is someone's. The lab turns that simple fact into an opportunity. It does not create from nothing. It takes what already exists and transforms it into something else. Something that serves Cipher. Something that has no will of its own left to resist. Perhaps the most haunting detail is that the lab was never meant to be discovered. It is hidden, tucked away where the public will not stumble upon it, layered beneath the normal life of Orre. The region's public face is one of battle arenas and tournament spectacles, a place where strength is measured openly and rewarded fairly. The lab sits underneath all of that, literally and figuratively, and the fact that it operated so quietly for so long suggests that no one was looking, or no one wanted to. Wes walks through these spaces with the knowledge that he was once part of this world. Team Snagin was the hand that reached out and took. Cipher is the hand that breaks and rebuilds. The Snag machine on his arm was built for one side of that equation, and Wes now understands exactly where that equation leads. The stolen Pokémon he once gathered as a member of Team Snagin were destined for a place exactly like this one. Every stolen life was a potential Shadow Pokémon before it ever reached a Purification Chamber. In that sense, the lab becomes the moral center of the game, though it is a dark center indeed. It is where the game's central mechanic and its central theme come together in physical form. The player takes Pokémon from others. Cipher also takes Pokémon from others. The difference is what happens next. Wes restores, the lab destroys. That contrast makes the mission clear in a way that no conversation with an ally ever could. There is something utterly quiet about the place as well. No grand speeches echo through these halls. No monologues from Ein explaining his genius. The silence of the lab speaks loud enough. The instruments do not tremble. The machines do not hesitate. The Pokémon, with their hearts closed, do not cry out. And that quietness is perhaps the deepest insult of all. A place that corrupts souls should not be so calm. It should be chaotic, messy, emotional. Instead, it is organized, sanitized, indifferent. The very order of the place is an act of violence repeated daily. The Shadow Pokémon Lab, in the end, is where the story of Pokémon Colosseum stops being a mystery and becomes something closer to a war. There is nothing left to uncover. The truth has been laid out in production lines and holding rooms, in the architecture of the facility itself. The only question that remains is what Wes does with that truth. And Orre is full of places where that answer gets tested. The desert is vast, the towers stand tall, and every purified heart along the way is proof that the lab's method does not have to be the last word. The Shadow Pokémon Lab was not a den of chaos. It was the opposite. It was a building of constant machines, written protocols, and fluorescent light, where the rest of Cipher thrived on spectacle and force. Ein created a controlled environment where suffering itself was managed like inventory. The files left in the terminals described procedures, not crimes. Every screen displayed numbers. Every drawer held training notes. The horror was there, but it had been flattened into something sanitary. Ein was Cipher's science admin. Dakim commanded force. Venus commanded image, but Ein commanded the transformation itself. He oversaw the technology that turned stolen Pokémon into predictable weapons. When Wes finally reaches his lab, you begin to understand that Ein isn't cruel in the usual sense. He has reframed cruelty entirely. He invented a process that could switch off a creature's emotional core, and he treats that discovery with the pride of any researcher. And this is where the chapter's darkest insight lives. Ein's research reveals that Cipher's technology isn't designed to make Pokémon stronger. It's designed to make them silent. The goal is a creature that feels as little as possible and follows commands without internal conflict. Fear is still generated, but it is channeled into submission. Any love, loyalty, or personal history a Pokémon might have is worn down into raw compliance. Instinct survives, but individuality is ground away. A Shadow Pokémon carries no nickname. It has a designation. It is the result of a scientific desire to make obedience predictable. The scientific language of the lab attempts to transform cruelty into a technical achievement. The notes do not say we have harmed a living creature. They speak of suppression, stabilization, and control. Specimens are monitored. Data is recorded. The emotional breakdown of a subject is framed as an inconvenient variable. This is how the system survives, by dressing violence in professional vocabulary. Ein never has to admit that he has spent his career closing hearts, because every word he writes distances him from what is actually happening on those tables. But total control is impossible. Even in the lab, the suppressed hearts refuse to stay quiet. A Shadow Pokémon can slip into hyper mode, a violent, unpredictable state where it ignores commands and attacks without restraint. There is a part of the creature that still resists the role of weapon. Ein reads these outbursts as errors in the protocol. He sees them as flaws to be corrected, but they are evidence of something the machines cannot measure. A shadow can be cast over a heart, but the heart hasn't vanished. Rui sees it too. She does not need monitors or surveillance to recognize the damage. Every corrupted Pokemon in Ain's lab is a visible storm of dark aura to her eyes. While the scientists see data streams and progress, she sees living creatures suffocating in their own fear. Her presence in that room is the opposite of Ain's science. He measures the damage. She feels it. Wes is caught somewhere between those two perspectives. As a former Team Snagem operative, he used a device called the Snag machine, a piece of equipment engineered to steal Pokemon from other trainers in a single motion. It was built to make theft fast, clean, and reliable. Wes wore it when he belonged to Team Snagem, and he still carries it now. After abandoning them, the machine hasn't changed. The intention behind it is the only variable. That is the uncomfortable truth at the center of this chapter. The technology Wes carries is part of the same legacy as the equipment Ain runs. Team Snagem supplied Cipher with stolen Pokemon. Cipher corrupted them. Ain studied the results and refined the process. The Snag machine was the conveyor belt that fed the whole nightmare. Wes knows this better than anyone. He was once an instrument in the first stage of the operation, the acquisition stage. Now he aims the same device at the finished product of that cruelty. The tool does not care about the difference. It was designed to seize, and it seizes. It is only Wes who gives it a new meaning, and that meaning must be chosen again and again. The confrontation with Ain forces all of this to the surface. Ain approaches the battle with Wes the way he approaches everything, as data to be processed. For him, Wes is not a person with a past. He is an interference pattern in an experiment that needs to be corrected. But Wes cannot afford that detachment, because every opponent he faces in that lab was once an ordinary Pokemon. The difference between him and Ain is precisely that Wes remembers this, while Ain has allowed the vocabulary of science to empty his conscience. This is the reason Ain is so different from the other admins. Dakim fights like a hammer. Venus fights like a web. Ain fights like a question about who Wes actually is. Because in Orre, the tools of rescue are also the tools of theft. The hero's Snag machine and the villain's corruption chambers are part of the same lineage. Every purification Wes performs in the field is repair, but it is repair performed with a broken instrument. The instrument doesn't hold the guilt. The one who carries it does. When Ain is defeated, his careful data streams fall silent. The sample tables stop humming, but the ideas he built do not die on the floor of the lab. The language of control lives on. Cipher's leadership never needed to feel comfortable with cruelty, because Ain gave them a way to describe it without using the word. He made the horror presentable. That is his true achievement. Not simply the corrupted Pokemon, but the vocabulary that let an entire organization pretend it was doing something reasonable. What remains after all of it is a question about whether anyone can truly escape the system they grew inside. Wes stole Pokemon for himself, then he stole them for nobody, and now he steals them to save them. He found a way to point the same device away from its original purpose, but pointing it away is not the same as forgetting where it came from. And the deeper one climbs into Cipher, the clearer it becomes that the organization runs on that very forgetfulness. Everyone can claim they were only following orders, only measuring data, only financing a venture. Everyone can point at someone else. Ain built the science of control with a clear and polished conscience. What he could not build was total control over the heart. The dark auras that Rui sees are proof that the pain remains visible even when no one wants to look. The Pokemon underneath the shadow are still present, buried but not gone. That fragile truth is the counterweight to everything Ain created, and it is the thing Cipher fears most. And if you were to follow the thread upward, away from the quiet, clean rooms of the scientist, you would find that Ain was never meant to be the final voice on how his research would be used. Every scientist hands their work to a master, and the master, somewhere further up, is always another step away from the suffering that makes it possible. Ain's research was the engine of Cipher's cruelty. But an engine needs somewhere to go. Every Shadow Pokémon that left the lab had been processed with that cold, clinical efficiency. The kind that turns a living creature into a tool, and then files the paperwork as if it were just another successful test. But a machine like that doesn't run itself. It needs leadership. It needs money. It needs protection. And above all, it needs a place where all of those things can hide in plain sight. The trail that Wes had been following across Orre kept pointing toward the center of the region, not to a cave buried in the desert, not to a hidden stronghold carved out of the wasteland. Something much more visible, much more polished. Realgam Tower rises out of Orre, like a monument to something the region has never quite been able to achieve on its own. Legitimacy. It's a battle venue, an elite one, the kind of place where trainers from across the Pokémon world come to test themselves against the strongest competition Orre can offer. The tower looks like a celebration of competitive spirit, a gleaming spire of ambition rising out of the dust. It's the kind of building a city erects when it wants the world to stop thinking of it as a frontier. And it is also, without question, the most dangerous place in the region. The trail leads to Realgam Tower, an elite battle venue, built to conceal Cipher's command structure. That's the trick of it. Everything about the building tells you it's a public institution, a place for spectacle, for glory, for the kind of clean, structured competition that makes headlines. The crowds that gather to watch are seeing a show, but underneath that polished exterior, the tower operates as the backbone of Cipher's entire organization. The people who run the battles are Cipher operatives. The trainers who climb the ranks are being filtered, observed, tested for how far they can be pushed. The tower isn't just where Cipher does its work. It is Cipher, made visible, wearing a mask so convincing that most people never think to question it. But the mask was never meant to be perfect. Orre has a recurring pattern, a rhythm that runs through the entire region like a heartbeat. It's the pattern Wes has been fighting against since the very beginning. Violence dressed up as prestige, corruption presented as competition. The criminal groups of Orre have always understood that the best way to get away with something is to make it look respectable. The battle arenas scattered across the region aren't just entertainment. They're a cover, a way to funnel stolen strength and captured Pokémon through a system that looks like sport. And Realgam Tower is the final evolution of that idea. The polished tower is the final evolution of Orre's recurring pattern. Violence presented as prestige. Every battle fought inside its walls is a small piece of that lie, a ritual that turns domination into spectacle and calls it honor. Wes doesn't walk into the tower as an outsider. He walks in as a former member of Team Snag, a thief who used the Snag machine to steal Pokémon from anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. He knows how the system works because he used to work it, and that's what makes his climb through Realgam Tower so unsettling. Every floor he ascends is a version of a life he could have lived. The trainers he faces are Cipher's elite, fighters who have bought into the tower's philosophy completely. They fight with a polished cruelty, the kind that smiles while it destroys. And each victory Wes earns peels back another layer of the tower's disguise. The climb is relentless. Realgam Tower doesn't give a challenger room to breathe. Each level is designed to push harder than the last, testing not just strength but endurance, strategy, composure. It's a gauntlet meant to break people, to filter out anyone who isn't strong enough to reach the top, and that's deliberate. The summit of Realgam Tower isn't meant to be reached by just anyone. It's the innermost sanctum of Cipher, the place where the organization's leaders are supposed to be untouchable. The game has been building toward this moment, and it knows it. Every admin Wes defeated, every lab he exposed, every shadow Pokémon he purified was a step toward this tower. When he finally reaches the top, the mask is pulled aside just enough to reveal the face behind it. Nascor serves as the apparent mastermind, directing the final defense of the organization. He's the figure the tower has been protecting, a calm, controlled presence at the heart of the operation. He speaks to Wes, the confidence of someone who believes he has already won. He has the bearing of a man who has been in charge for a long time, who has watched challenges come and go, who has seen the tower turn them all into cautionary tales. And he makes it clear that this is where the line is drawn. Wes has climbed as far as he's going to climb. The summit belongs to Nazgûr, and he intends to keep it that way. The battle that follows is the hardest fight Wes has faced so far. Nazgûr fights with the kind of cold, disciplined precision that matches everything about the tower. His Pokémon are strong. His strategy is sound. He doesn't make mistakes easily. Defeating him feels like a genuine achievement. The culmination of everything Wes has been through. Every Shadow Pokémon he's stolen back. Every heart he's reopened. Every battle he's won. It feels like the end of the story. The credits could roll here. The hero has won. The villain is defeated. The tower is reclaimed. And then the game does something remarkable. It gives you the victory, and then it takes it away. The player reaches the summit expecting a final victory, only to discover that Cipher's hierarchy has one more secret. Nazgûr was never the one in charge. The mask he wore was just another layer. The real leader of Cipher steps forward in the aftermath of that battle, and it's someone Wes already knows. Someone who has been present in the story since, before the tower even became a destination. The mayor of Phenac City. A man who presented himself as an ally, a pillar of the community, one of the few people in Orre working to make things better. He was there when the police chief asked Wes to investigate Cipher's activity. He was there in the background of the conflicts, always seeming reasonable, always seeming trustworthy, and all along he was the one pulling the strings. That reveal recontextualizes everything. Phenac City is the cleanest place in Orre. A town with a mayor who cares. A town that seems untouched by the shadowy violence of the region. But the shadow was never outside the town. It was inside. The organization wasn't hiding in a tower. It was hiding in plain sight, wearing the face of a public figure, operating alongside the heroes of the story the entire time. The summit of Realgam Tower was never the top of the mountain. It was just the last place anyone thought to look behind the curtain. The final confrontation takes place right there, in the tower. The mayor, once exposed, drops all pretense. He isn't interested in negotiation or explanation. He's interested in winning. The Shadow Pokémon he commands are the strongest in the game, the culmination of everything Cipher built. And when Wes defeats him, the tower's secret is finally out. The organization that had been corrupting Pokémon, destroying hearts, and building an empire on the suffering of innocent creatures had been led, all along, by a man who greeted visitors to Phenac City with a warm smile. The tower itself remains standing after all of it. That's part of what makes it so unsettling. Realgam Tower doesn't crumble. It doesn't reveal itself to be a ruin or a prison. It keeps its polished surface, keeps its prestige, keeps its place in the skyline of Orre. The mask is off, but the building is still there, and that's the darkest thing about the whole journey. In Orre, the architecture of violence doesn't fall down when you defeat it. It just changes hands. The lies at the heart of the region, that cruelty can be respectable, that stealing strength is sport, that a closed heart is a weapon to be proud of. Those lies were never destroyed by Wes's victory. They were exposed, and exposure in a place like Orre is only ever the beginning. The polished surface of Realgam Tower was never meant to be the whole story. It was always a stage. From the moment Wes and Rui stepped into its halls, the building felt less like a battle facility and more like a performance. Every corridor designed to impress, every challenge positioned to test the strength of anyone who entered. And just beneath that veneer of prestige, the last pieces of Cipher's operation were waiting to be pulled into the light. The man who greeted them as the owner of the tower went by the name Mr. Varich. He appeared to be a businessman, a benefactor of Orre's battle culture, someone with the resources and the vision to build one of the region's most impressive structures. He was the kind of figure who made progress look like charity. His tower hosted tournaments. It attracted trainers from across the desert. It was a monument to the idea that Orre could be rebuilt through competition, through strength, through the promise of a better tomorrow. And underneath all of that, it was a fortress for the organization that had been tearing the region apart from the inside. When the mask finally came off, the name Phenac didn't mean anything. The real name was Evice, and Evice was not a businessman and not a benefactor. He was the architect of the entire crisis. This was the true leader of Cipher, not an administrator, not a scientist, not a field commander. The person who built the machine, the person who decided, somewhere along the way, that Pokémon could be turned into weapons, and that Orre could be controlled through the fear those weapons created. Every Shadow Pokémon West had snagged every trainer who had a partner stolen from them, every child crying in one of Cipher's facilities, every battle fought at the Colosseums, and every climb-up mount battle, it all traced back to him. One man who understood that the easiest way to own a region is to make its people believe that resistance is pointless. Evice's plan was precise because it was patient. He understood that Orre was a region built on struggle. The desert didn't offer much. Wild Pokémon didn't roam the plains the way they did in other regions. People depended on battle, on competition, on the institutions that gave the desert its identity. And if you controlled those institutions, if you controlled the Colosseums and the tournaments and the trainers who competed in them, you controlled the rhythm of everyday life. But Evice also understood that steel and stone weren't enough. To truly control a place, you need fear, and to create fear, you need power that ordinary people can't answer. That was the role of the Shadow Pokémon. An ordinary trainer can't fight back against a Pokémon whose heart has been shut off. An ordinary citizen can't argue with an army of stolen monsters programmed for obedience. Cipher's supply of Shadow Pokémon was the backbone of Evice's plan. It gave his subordinates overwhelming force. It gave the organization leverage over anyone who resisted. And it gave Evice something even more valuable in a region like Orre, a reputation. The people would learn that Cipher could not be stopped. And when people believe there's no point in resisting, they stop trying, they whisper, they comply. They hand over what they have in exchange for being left alone. But Evice was too intelligent to rely on fear alone. Fear fades and anger takes its place. So he built the second pillar of his plan, superior battlers. Cipher didn't just steal Pokémon, they recruited trainers. They developed technology to make those trainers stronger. They turned the region's competitive culture into a recruitment pipeline. The Colosseums weren't just displays of strength. They were filters. Find the strongest trainers in Orre and either break them or bring them into the fold. Train the ones who join. Eliminate the ones who refuse. The entire region was being sorted into categories. Those who would serve Cipher and those who would be crushed by it. And the Shadow Pokémon were the promise of power that made the whole system work. Join Cipher, and you'd never lose again. That was the offer. In any other context, what Evice was doing might have looked like leadership. He had a vision for Orre. He had resources. He had a plan to unify the region under a single authority. His methods were cruel, but his presentation was polished. He was the kind of villain who could sit in a boardroom and justify every atrocity with a spreadsheet. The language of progress, of order, of strength. It all sounded reasonable if you didn't look too closely at what it actually meant. It was only when Wes climbed Realgam Tower and faced him directly, without the titles and the decorum, that the truth became impossible to ignore. This was never about progress. It was about domination dressed up as progress. Every term Evice used was a costume for the same desire, to own the region and everything in it. The final confrontation with Evice was not just another boss battle. It was the collision of two visions of Orre. Evice stood for control, a region that obeyed, a system that weaponized, a future where Pokémon were tools and people were either assets or obstacles. Wes stood for something else entirely. Not because he was a hero by birth. He had been a criminal. He had stolen Pokémon. He had used the Snag machine for Team Snagum before he ever used it for anything good. His journey had been messy, and a lot of it had happened by accident. Rui's ability to see the Dark Aura, a decision to walk away, a region that forced him into an impossible position where the only way forward was to keep fighting. But that messiness made the rebellion more honest. He wasn't fighting to install a new order. He wasn't fighting for glory or recognition. He was fighting to tear down a system, to take stolen lives and give them back, to break the machinery that had been built to grind ore down. And the Snag machine became the perfect symbol for that rebellion. Cipher had turned it into a tool of theft. West turned it into a tool of rescue. The same device that had been used to steal Pokémon from their trainers was now being used to steal those Pokémon back from Cipher. It was poetic in a way that the game never stops to acknowledge. The villain's own weapon, aimed at the heart of his empire over and over until there was nothing left to take. When Evice was defeated, the fall was almost anticlimactic. Not because it was easy, it wasn't, but because the structure he had built collapsed the moment the architect lost. Cipher's leadership was shattered. The admins had been beaten one by one. The lab was exposed. The tower was taken. The supply of Shadow Pokémon was cut off. The organization that had been poisoning Orre for years was brought down in a matter of days, and Wes had done it with the very tool Cipher had created to make people helpless. But the victory was incomplete. This is the detail that makes Colosseum unlike other Pokémon stories. When the main series hero defeats the evil team, the world is saved. The credits roll. The region returns to normal. Orre doesn't get that clean finish, because the Shadow Pokémon were still out there. Every heart Cipher had shut off was still shut off. The organization was gone, but its victims remained. Hundreds of Pokémon still carrying the darkness that had been forced into them. Wes had won the war. The healing had barely begun. And so the game ends not with a triumphant celebration, but with a task. Wes and Rui continue their work. They walk the desert. They battle wild trainers. They care for the Pokémon that Cipher tried to turn into weapons. And one by one, the Shadow Pokémon begin to calm. The purple aura fades. The hearts that were sealed reopen. It takes time. It takes patience. It takes something Cipher never had. The willingness to let healing happen at its own pace. There's no machine that can force it. No shortcut. Just time and attention, day after day until the darkness lifts. There's something quietly radical about that. The villain's plan was built on the idea that you can control a living thing by breaking it. The game's answer is that you can't. A shut heart isn't a permanent state. A damaged Pokémon isn't a lost cause. The corruption could be built, but it could also be undone. And in the end, the true victory wasn't just defeating Evice. It was proving him wrong. Not on the battlefield, though that mattered, but in the quiet moments afterward, when a purified Pokémon looked at its trainer and, for the first time in a long time, felt something real. That was the refutation. That was the rebellion that outlasted the war. Orre was left scarred. Realgam Tower stood, but its meaning had changed. Cipher's facilities were empty, the researchers were gone, and the people of the region had to figure out what came next. Whether the structures Cipher had built could be repurposed, whether the trust broken by years of theft could be rebuilt, whether a region that had been treated as a resource by its own leaders could learn to stand on its own. The Shadow Pokémon were being healed, but healing is never just about the individual. It's about the community, the region, the shared understanding that something different is possible. Evice had built his empire on the belief that Orre would never be anything more than a desert full of desperate people, and in the end, the desert proved him wrong. But that proof didn't come all at once. It came one purified Pokémon at a time, one returned heart at a time, one step across the sand at a time, and it would continue long after the credits rolled. When Evice fell and his tower finally went quiet, Colosseum offered no coronation. There was no champion's seat waiting at the end of a victory road, no Elite Four to conquer, no new title to claim in front of a cheering crowd. Instead, The final stretch of the game moved through a different kind of resolution, a slow, deliberate process of restoring what had been broken. The Shadow Pokémon West had been snagging since the beginning were brought to the Purification Chamber, and the game let you watch in real time as each corrupted heart opened again. That was the climax. Not a trophy, not a crown, restoration. It's worth sitting with that for a moment, because it is genuinely strange for a Pokémon game. Every mainline entry is built on the same promise. Challenge the gyms, defeat the Elite Four, become the champion. Colosseum tiers that structure down. There are no gyms in Orre, there's no league. Wild Pokémon never appear because there is no tall grass. Just dust, rock, and the constant heat of a desert that nurtures almost nothing. You don't catch Pokémon here, you steal them back. You use a device built by criminals to undo what criminals did. That inversion is the heart of the entire game. West doesn't start as a wide-eyed kid with a starter Pokémon and a dream. He starts as a former operative of Team Snag, the very organisation that partnered with Cipher to steal and corrupt Pokémon across the region. He isn't innocent. He isn't chosen by destiny. He's someone who walked away from the machine and then had to dismantle it, piece by piece. The game never pretends that makes him pure. It just lets him do the work. In a franchise where protagonists are typically blank, cheerful stand-ins for the player, Wes is something rarer. A character with a past he's actively running from. The game doesn't dwell on it, doesn't give him dramatic monologues or flashback sequences, but it doesn't have to. Every Shadow Pokémon he snags is a reminder of the organisation he used to serve. Every purification is a small act of repayment, and Rui is always there, watching with the one gift that matters. The ability to see the dark aura that marks a corrupted heart. Without her, Wes would be blind. The game makes clear he never truly works alone. The work itself is unlike anything else in the franchise. In a mainline game, you see an opponent's Pokémon and you battle it. In Colosseum, you're scanning for the purple aura, listening for Rui's quiet warnings, identifying which trainers are holding Shadow Pokémon and which are just obstacles. You're singling out targets in the right battles, managing a team built almost entirely on Pokémon you've taken from Cipher's hands. And because the game was built for the GameCube, the battles are always rendered in full 3D. The arenas feel bigger, the creatures feel heavier, and the battles are almost always double battles, which means every conflict asks you to think in pairs. Support, coverage, timing, and occasionally forcing an opening for the snag machine. When you finally snag a Shadow Pokémon, you don't get an instant bond. You get a creature whose heart has been shut off. Its moves are limited. Its nature is hidden. It fights, but it doesn't trust. And that's where purification takes over as the real journey. You don't cure a Shadow Pokémon with a potion. You cure it with time. You take it into battle. You walk with it. You use sense and daycare and patient attention, and you call it out of hyper mode when its suppressed emotions boil over mid-fight. The game quantifies all of this in bars and percentages, conditions that slowly tick downward. But the experience reads as something else entirely. It reads like trust being rebuilt, one small interaction at a time. Orre has no wild Pokémon, which means every Pokémon you carry was either given to you or taken from someone who shouldn't have had it. You aren't a collector, you're a recovery worker. That's the design decision that made Orre unlike any other major Pokémon setting. Its no-willed Pokémon structure, criminal plot, double battles, and purification system pushed the franchise into territory it has never fully revisited since. The mainline games are about discovery, finding a new creature, building a team, growing stronger. Colosseum is about damage. It's about Pokémon that were deliberately broken, and a region built to enable that cruelty. The Colosseums themselves, the elite battle venues that give the game its name, are presented as prestigious, exclusive, desirable. But the deeper you go, the clearer it becomes that the prestige is a facade. Realgam Tower was always a stage. The battles were always a display. The real product was control. a supply of emotionally suppressed Pokémon distributed across the desert to ensure that Cipher's reach was felt everywhere. When you understand that, the entire game becomes a different kind of experience. Every battle is an investigation. Every win is a rescue. And when the last administrator falls, when Wes and Rui chase Cipher to its roots, and Evice is no longer pulling strings, the game finally lets you see what all that work was actually for. The Purification Chamber isn't a dramatic set piece. It's a quiet room where machines hum and glow as each Shadow Pokémon is released from its darkness. The purple aura fades. The Pokémon's posture changes. There's no fanfare, no music swell, just a room doing its job, undoing what was done. It's not a victory lap, it's a release. Colosseum ends not with a new champion's coronation, but with damaged Pokémon being restored, and a criminal protagonist earning redemption through nothing more glamorous than persistence. Wes doesn't become the hero of Orre in any official sense. There's no statue, no ceremony, no title. The region doesn't celebrate him. He gets to return stolen, darkened creatures to something like peace, and the game treats that as the win condition. In 2003, on a console better known for party games and Mario, that was a radical statement. It also proved that Orre had a future. Pokémon X Day continued the Shadow Pokémon concept in 2005, returning to the same desert region with a new protagonist, a new threat, and the same fundamental system. Shadow Pokémon were still there, still corrupted, still in need of snagging and purification. What had felt like a dark experiment in 3D battling became a sequel. Orre wasn't a one-game experiment. It was a sub-series with its own identity. A darker corner of the Pokémon world where the stakes were theft and repair, not badges and championships. The sequel refined the formula, smoothed the rough edges, and gave the region another chance to tell stories the mainline games never touched. But what makes Colosseum endure isn't just its tone or its mechanics. The enduring power of Colosseum comes from its central question: can something created for control be reclaimed through trust, patience, and care? The game's answer is quiet but consistent. Yes. Not quickly, not easily, not without holding your breath through every hyper mode outburst, every battle where your Shadow Pokémon refuses to obey, every moment when the darkness seems stronger than the effort you're investing. But yes, Pokémon hearts can be reopened. A criminal can walk a different road. A region built on corruption can become a place where healing is possible. That's why the game lingers. Its darkness was never the point. The point is what comes after the darkness. The final image isn't a trophy. It isn't a Hall of Fame portrait.